Are you a racist? Do you hate Mexicans? The media calls us racist for wanting to build Trump's wall. They censor us, but it doesn't change the truth. Joe Biden's open border is killing Ohioans. With more illegal drugs and more Democrat voters pouring into this country. This issue is personal. I nearly lost my mother to the poison coming across our border. No child should grow up an orphan. I'm JD Vance, and I approve this message because whatever they call us, we will put America first.
Estamos aquí, oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Fíjate nada más, regresa el expresidente Donald Trump al escenario mexicano y ayer, al hacer un elogio a la genialidad de Vladimir Putin, a la genialidad, sí lo dijo, por haber enviado tropas a los territorios separatistas en Ucrania, sugirió que Estados Unidos podría enviar también a una fuerza de paz a México.
Que tranza mi pelo de lote, todavía anda de malcriado. Pensé que al dejar su puesto ya se le había pasado. Pues ¿por qué tanto coraje, mi viejillo amargado? A usted ni quien lo pica y solito ya está empinado. Güerillo desabrido, chichis de calcetín. Le da coraje que tenga más feria Carlos Slim. Pero en fin, anda de chapulín con el Putin. Le hace falta una madriza de esas de perro bailarín. Gasparín, con nosotros siempre quieres pelea, pero te tembló el yoyo contra los de Norcorea. Ya túmbese su rollo, mi jícama sin chile. Ya está bien viejillo, ya es hora de que se jubile. Ya sé que no nos quieres, mi querido menonita. Nosotros tampoco a ti, la situación es igualita. Ya te dicen el meco, querido camarada. Si no sales con una jalada, con una mamada. No estás en el poder, ya te la pelaste. Cuando pudiste, no aprovechaste. Uno solo no se escucha, pero juntos aturdimos a su madre Trump de parte de los latinos. No estás en el poder, ya te la pelaste. Cuando pudiste, no aprovechaste. Uno solo no se escucha, pero juntos aturdimos a su madre Trump de parte de los latinos. Allá andas haciendo borlote con nuestra frontera, acusando a mi gente de asesina y de ratera. Quizás sí, solo algunos, no hay que generalizar. La mayoría es buena raza que se va pa' chambear. Don Albino, ya túmbese su rollo de cretino. Le invito un aguachile, al cabo le encanta el pepino. Ya te dicen el queso, querido traga leche. Te hicieron ahí nomás pa' no tirar la leche. Perdón por los apodos, es que ando emocionado que el espagueti sin salsa nos haya mencionado. Aspirina, tú bien sabes que México es tu casa. Acá eres bienvenido, mi carita de mostaza. Aunque andes de mamila despreciando nuestra gente por no tener la piel como la tuya transparente. Uno solo no se escucha, pero juntos aturdimos. Que chingue a su madre Trump de parte de los latinos. No estás en el poder, ya te la pelaste. Cuando pudiste, no aprovechaste. Uno solo no se escucha, pero juntos aturdimos a su madre Trump de parte de los latinos. No estás en el poder, ya te la pelaste. Cuando pudiste, no aprovechaste. Uno solo no se escucha, pero juntos aturdimos a su madre Trump de parte de los latinos.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. All right, man. Let's get this going. Let's get this show on the road. Let's get this show on the road. I got something interesting for you guys today. Let's see what we got. A lot of us may not know what's going on. And what up, V? So, Whittle. Hold on, bro.
Let me try attacking!
What's going on, brother? Hold on, let me give you that. All right, man, and whoever is watching or watching later, I know you guys are probably watching some BHI channel because you feel like you need somebody to read to you. You guys are dumb, bro. You're afraid to study on your own. That's your problem. This is la neta. This is la neta. You want me to lie? I'm not gonna lie just to kick it, homie. That's what we used to say back in the day. So let's see what we got going on here. What is the topic of? Oh yeah. So this is the topic aquí, right there. Stop the WASP corruption, and this is why I put these things there: the flag and the 13 with the star of so-called David, star of Moloch more than anything. That's the star of Moloch. Do not get that twisted. You see that right there? All right. So if anything, that would be okay. But the star of Moloch, no. I'm going to bring up some Khazar history. I'm going to connect it with the corruption. I may bring Bible stuff out today. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't think so. We're going to watch a lot of videos. I am going to help y'all.
When my father passed away,
some connections in between. Make sure that you guys have an idea of what is going on in the world. Okay. So let's see if I can start there. Okay. So welcome to Buenas tardes, buenos dias, buenas noches. Let me see the other side. Maybe that's what's going on. Nah, it's just you. It's just you, Whittle. It's all good, brother. All right. All I need is one person to watch. Let's get going then. Let's get going.
Fíjese nada más.
Hey, wait.
El expresidente Donald.
I just played that. You know what I'm saying? Come on, dude. Get it together, Holmes. Get it together, Holmes. I guess
these conversations all the time because
happy 7th day rest for you guys that celebrated today. Let me not forget. But I know that a lot of you are watching these BHI channels because you can't have enough of that shit. You say you don't believe in the 12 tribe chart, but you're watching those channels. You know damn well I'm not lying. You know, man, it's like, two nations, Holmes, two nations, homie. Let's go, bro. Yeah, shut up. Let's go. Enjoy.
I'm someone who has always advocated for Latinos to connect to their native roots and to identify racially correct, because this is one of the things that irritates my soul, is that because we are labeled Hispanic, we're labeled as white, when the majority of us are not white.
Right.
And there's a reason for that. And this is another reason why I don't use the term Hispanic, because it was introduced into the U.S. lexicon specifically to whitewash us. So, prior, everybody just had their own identity, whether it was of Mexican descent, of Peruvian descent, of Puerto Rican descent, etc. So everybody knows about Brown versus Board of Education in 1954 that desegregated schools in America. But the precedent that helped get Brown versus Board of Education passed was actually a case from 1947, which was the Sylvia Mendez versus Westminster case in California. California, and it was Mexican American families going and suing the school board because their children were being barred from white schools. And so that being passed is what set the precedent for Brown versus Board of Education, but they were very specific in their ruling, and even though they granted it, if you dive into the reasoning, they wanted to be very careful to not let that lead to mass desegregation across the country. So they specifically said, we will now label them as Hispanic, because Hispanic means from Spain, which means white. And so for me, the entire reason why we use the word Hispanic, because people are like, said, we will now label them as Hispanic. Label them as Hispanic. We will now label them as Hispanic, because Hispanic means from Spain, which means white. And so for me, the entire reason why we use the word Hispanic, because people are like, it means you come from a Spanish-speaking country. I'm like, that's what they say now, but that's not the reason why the word is used.
Message to dumb wobbles. Why do you use white man terminology and apply it to other nations and shit, so-called? You don't apply it to yours, dumbass. Look, family, I been taking notes on this so-called edification that we got going on right here. These are just little extra stuff that I want to add to, but I've been taking notes on this particular session, and it's because I want to show y'all a connection of what is going on up from afar and what is currently going on here and who's involved. Okay, let's go. And by the way, thank you, brother, for sharing this. This is a strong message here because you guys probably don't understand my angle, which is good. You don't know where I'm coming from. Good. Have y'all confused? Good.
You ever come to my page and you're always wondering, why is she always speaking up for Africans or natives? Simple. My son's one. Yes, I'm one of the women who decided to have a child with somebody outside of my culture. I chose to love outside of my culture, and I don't regret my decision at all. I'm not going to be the type of mom that, just fetishizes. You know what I mean? I love my son, so it is my business to educate myself on his people. I'm not going to just leave it on his dad to teach him who he is. Because I love my son, I'm going to educate my son as much as I'm educating myself. It's more efficient when he's receiving it from both parents instead of just one. Okay? Second of all, I have family members who are married in as well. So when and they tell me all the time, the wannabe natives make it harder for the ones who actually are, especially if they are black. Because people who don't understand the difference, they can't differentiate between the two, and you make it so much harder, a lot harder for the black natives who are actually natives versus the ones who just let memes and Google and whatever else, they just picked a community that they want to be part of. That's why I'm always speaking up. I will always do so. I get that comment a lot, so I'm answering it now. Yes, I'm making it my business, and I'm not going to stop either.
That's right.
Yep. Thank you, bro, for sharing that. Appreciate you. But again, you guys are all welcome to use my material. I know you may not agree 100%, but it's all good. And whoever thinks that my material by being used, it's representing you, or others assume that you're being represented, man, that's all wrong for them. Now, I will say this, bro. If you use my material and then you get attacked for it and then you fucking run away, bro, that's just, I don't know. I don't know what you want me to tell you on that shit. I don't know. That just says a lot about you. Don't get in the fight, bro. If you're gonna walk away from it. Anyways, the book is called Propaganda by Edward Bernays. I need you to pay attention to the name. Hey, what up? Shalom, Warakuya. Hold on a second, bro. Oh, no, not that one. Not that one. There you go, bro. Welcome, bro. Welcome. I've shared this book to y'all many times. And here, I want to read it to you. I want you to look at it, okay? So, organizing chaos. Matter of fact, I'll read it, just so you can get a better idea. Organizing chaos. This is the point of this session today. Okay? Stop the WASP corruption. White Anglo-Saxon. White Anglo-Saxon. Gotcha, bitch. Hold on a second. White Anglo-Saxon.
Fuck that puto.
That one.
Fuck that puto.
White Anglo-Saxon.
Fuck that puto.
P. All right? All right, just letting you know. You may call yourself Protestants, but you guys do not know anything of my book. Nothing.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Now, for you Khazars, I'm going to expose you Khazars today and show the world exactly what you are about. And you can't say that I'm anti-Semitic either, by the way. Yesterday, I did a class on... Oh, shit. Okay, so real quick, fam, and I'm not trying to... Again, this is because, you know, we're over here trying to prove who we are, right? Trying to prove who we are. So when I showed you guys my DNA, or tried to, they took off the paternal haplo, right? So they did that. Well, I called in, not yesterday, when I did the video, sorry. I called in and I found out what was going on, okay? So apparently they were updating the paternal side of it, okay? All right, so the paternal haplo that I belong to, all right, that's my name right there, Caesar. Yep, Caesar. I know you guys like to call me that. I think it's funny. Anyways, so again, you see, it wasn't just pictures. I wanted to confirm. This is my father's father. I'm not European. I'm not African. I'm not Mongolian, so-called. I'm not Siberian, so-called. I'm none of that shit. Stop saying that. I can stand by what I found according to the Bible. I'm an Israelite. According to the Bible and according to white man science as well. I'm not a chiwiwi. I'm not one of those. I'm not trying to take somebody's culture. This is who I am. Right here. All right. And we saw yesterday that that's where that haplo predominantly originated before the branching out. Right here. From the Ur of the Chaldees all the way to Nineveh, Haran, Mesopotamia, where Abraham dwelt. And this is not too far from Israel, so-called. So what I'm going to share with y'all today is I have every fucking right to say what I'm going to say today. And you can't say that I'm anti-Semite or any shit like that because I am a Semite. So, you know what I'm saying?
Fuck that puto.
All of you guys that try to make fun of this shit. Now you can't. Yeah, you know, you try to push me away. But anyways, man, it's not my point. Point being is these Khazars have a history of organizing chaos. So let's begin. Edward Bernays is one of those Khazarians. And I'm going to share with you where he comes from, the origins of him, related to the Bolsheviks. At least you can say the Russians or wherever you want to, you know, whatever. I don't know. You guys decide. I'm going to give you the history and then you guys decide. The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits of and opinions of the masses is an important element in the democratic society. And I'm going to tell you something. They have been here since 1492. I'm going to show you that they have been here since 1492. And what happened and what's happening in Palestine is just a very blunt example of what happened here. And it should be very clear because they keep mentioning them and us, and them and us. I'm going to show you. So in order to organize an opinion or habits or manipulate people into believing certain things, it has to be part of the chaos, organized habits. This is why I'm telling you, organized chaos is on purpose. It says here, those who manipulate the unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of this country. They said our, but this country. Now, y'all know who funded the slave trade. Since 1492, it was Jews, so-called Jews from Europe, whether we're light skinned, whether it's swarthy, I don't give a shit. It was so-called Jews, Sephardic Jews, supposedly, mostly not Ashkenazis just yet. Okay, they were the ones that were funding the actual slave trade. They were been fully involved since the get-go. So I'm going to show you how. Well, I've done it in other classes, but I'm going to show you how all of this organizing of habits. This is in 1917, by the way. Let me go back. This book is in 1928, I believe. Okay. Now you're going to hear me mention Bolsheviks and all kinds of shit around 1900, 1905, 1910, 1980. This is when it all has been manipulating on the, how can I say it? On the mental side, I'll say it like that. Not the physical anymore, the mental side. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is a true ruling power of our country. We are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes formed. You understand what that means? Governed, molded, taste formed. Okay? So that means that, here, hold on a second. I just saw a message. What up, all we be real? There you go. Perfect. Psychological warfare. It means you demoralize and bring down a people. Hold on. Demoralize and bring down a people down without a lifting a finger. You basically destroy their will or their spirit. How? You may ask. You do it by governing their minds, molding their thoughts, forming their taste, suggesting considering the movie Inception, suggesting ideas that make them believe it was organic. That's like, I'll give you an example. In the world of marketing, they call it a drip campaign. So why do you guys think you'll end up shopping at a store that you don't really like shopping at? And it's kind of like, for example, I don't like Target, but they're always sending shit. Every single week or every day I see, or every other day I see Target. So one day I may need something and it's like Target's closed. Even though I don't want to go, they're close. And the marketing, which means it's my idea. They didn't suggest it. Subconsciously training you to assume that your inceptions are your own. However, it's not the case here. You guys are governed, molded. Your minds are molded, formed, and suggested. Everything that you think you are making decisions on, like voting, you're being largely controlled by men you have never heard of. This is a logical result of the way in which your democratic society, whether Republican or Democratic, whether Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, vast numbers of human beings must cooperate in this manner if they are to live together smoothly functioning societies.
That's right.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Our invisible governors. Let that sink in for a moment. Our invisible governors. Okay? Listen to this. Our invisible governors are in many cases unaware of the identity of their fellow members in the inner cabinet. So the heads have no idea who the puppets are. They govern us by their quality of natural leadership. Make America Great Again. We remember that book I brought you guys out, The Perils of a Republic, how they would all stand by one man, claiming peace, but thinking war, trying to gain or not lose control of the good old days. Their ability to supply needed ideas and by their key position in their social structure. Whatever attitude one chooses to take towards this condition, it remains a fact that it's almost every act of our daily lives. You see this? Whatever attitude one chooses to take towards this condition, it remains a fact that in almost every aspect of our daily lives, whether in sphere of politics or business, in our social conduct or in our ethical thinking, we are dominated by the relatively small number of persons. Now, the brother BTC Oguero had brought up some information on that. And it says a trifling fraction of our 120 million who understand the mental process of social patterns of the masses. You see that? Small number of people understand how dumb a lot of you guys are. The mental process and social patterns of the masses. Check this out. It is not usually realized how necessary this invisible government are to the orderly functionings of a group life. What do you think it's talking to you guys here? You think these are sane individuals that want the best for so-called humanity? No. I will show you who they are. I will show you who they are. Check this out. It's worse than I thought. Let's see it. Let me upload it real quick. If it freezes, I'm just going to play it separate, but I'm going to actually play it on the main video here, family. It's a little light today, huh? Not really many people watching. It's all good. I ain't tripping. Stuff ain't a show, bro. Let me do it the other way. I'll just do it like this. Check this out. What I just read to you, remember what I just read to you, okay? All righty. Let's begin.
A pioneer of modern propaganda was this man, Edward Bernays. Bernays invented the term public relations. He wrote, "The intelligent manipulation of the masses is an invisible government which is the true ruling power in our country." He was part of a secretive group called the U.S. Committee on Public Information, set up in 1917 to persuade reluctant Americans to join the war in Europe.
Edward Bernays and Walter Lippmann go to Woodrow Wilson and say, look, man, if you're going to enter into this war, we are going to need to sell this war to the American people. And so Wilson institutes and creates the first modern propaganda machinery. It was actually quite brilliant in its conceptualization, so that the best way to persuade people is to grab them by their emotions, by their unconscious and instinctual urges. Let's not bother with pumping out facts. Let's scare the hell out of people.
For Edward Bernays, public relations was like a war on people, on bending their will. He persuaded women to smoke at a time when smoking in public was not considered ladylike. He convinced a group of debutantes to parade along Fifth Avenue, holding up Lucky Strike cigarettes as symbols of women's liberation. To his delight, the press called these torches of freedom.
What he was interested in doing was creating an association between a product, in this case cigarettes, and the desire for women's liberation. It worked in the sense that it got lots of news coverage. It worked in the sense that women started smoking publicly, and in fact, smoking became a symbol of the new woman, of the emancipated woman. Let's not bother with pumping out facts. Let's scare the hell out of people. A picture of the Statue of Liberty in tatters, crumbled into the New York harbor with German planes flying around it. A picture of the world being gobbled up by the bloody hands of a gorilla wearing a German helmet. So, you know, it's not about facts anymore. The facts don't matter. Let's not bother with pumping out facts. Let's scare the hell out of people.
Iraq, March the 20th, 2003. The creation of illusions and the selling of war had come a long way since Edward Bernays. The selling of this invasion depended on the news media to promote a series of illusions, like the link between Saddam Hussein and 9/11. This is the Pentagon, which spends almost $1 billion a year just on advertising, recruiting, propaganda, the selling of war.
There are Pentagon contracts with news organizations, in terms of how to manipulate the news. There are Pentagon officials involved in press releases that go to the media in which intelligence is used to manipulate public opinion, which is a violation of the charter of any intelligence organization. Then you have retired generals who serve as press spokesmen for all the networks, and it's never revealed which military-industrial firms they work for.
Central to this is the co-opting and spinning of a media regarded as the freest in the world, was sold by these two men. The blueprint for the invasion was this military doctrine called shock and awe, designed to paralyze the country and destroy food production, water supply and other civilian infrastructure. The effect would be similar to the dropping of the atomic bombs on Japan. This was terrorizing people on a grand scale, and it would be covered up by deception in massive amounts. But this was not how it was reported at the time.
Scores of American reporters have now joined U.S. military units in Kuwait as part of the Pentagon's effort to make any war with Iraq what the Pentagon calls a media-friendly campaign.
A new word, embedding, entered media language in the planning for the invasion. Most of the reports that viewers saw came from within a system in which media organizations agreed to certain conditions laid down by the Ministry of Defense in London and the Pentagon in Washington.
Now you understand? It's just the beginning, fam. Just the beginning. Just the beginning. Just the beginning. Just the beginning. This channel, facts tell, stories sell. Now that's an old saying in a sales world, but here it's very powerful here. So we see the title: "Facts are facts. The truth about Khazars, the so-called Jews." Hey, message to you Khazars. It's distinguishing between the Jew, quote unquote, and the Hebrews who are Israelites. Anyways, let's get to it. Who are these people? The truth about the Khazars. Here, let me go back to the book. The Truth About the Khazars by Benjamin Friedman, a Jewish man, writes about the Jews. A Jewish man writes about the Jews. The historic facts revealed here for the first time provides like empirical evidence that their Southwind suppression will prove, identify them, identify who they are. Whatever. Cool. Thank you, bro. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So let's get to it. Let's see here. So we'll start here. Relentless research established as equally true. So the so-called self-styled, which is very true. Self-styled, I will say this. It is very evident that you guys are self-styled. Now, you know what? Matter of fact, I will say this because I'm going to skip and get to the video real quick. I want to show you guys something. Hold on a second here. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on. I have it written down here. Dude, I know I have it. Hold on a second. I want them to. This is good. This is good. I forgot I had the video. Oh, here it goes right here. I believe it's this one.
I wish.
No, that's not it. That's not it. No, come on. It's don't. I don't want to lose track of this. I want to get to it. Hold on, because if not, I'm glad I remembered, or else I wouldn't be able to show you later on. Oh, let's see where I put this video. Man, I'm glad I remembered. Let's see. Yeah, you know what? This is actually good news. I did not put that video in there. And I should have. I have it here, I believe, on my side. Give me a second, family, because I'm not skipping anything today. I really want to show you this stuff. Let me see here. And because it's going to connect. You know, if I skip something, and I'm going to regret it. and I don't want to regret it. So let me see if I can find it here, and it may take a little bit of time. If it does, maybe I'll play a song or something. But I gotta find it because I have some information too on the just like it's heavy stuff, so I don't want to lose it. Let's see. And I saw the video yesterday, reminded me to put the notes in there, and apparently I didn't put the notes. So let me do y'all a favor real quick, okay? I'm gonna look for this video. Please bear with me. Please be patient. I need to find this video, okay? I'm gonna play a song real quick. Just please be patient. I need to find this video, man. Seriously, it's important to me. All right, just give me a second. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, man, already. It's the cipher too. I really been malagando from my crew. Nego, bomba cloud. Bro, sintoniza mi canción, hermano de mi vida y hermana del corazón. Y digo yo, ves poniendo solución a todos los problemas que te nublan la razón. Oh shit, nigga on the ground, no problem, ole comarón. Oh shit, welcome to my sound. Follow me right now. Yo tuve un amigo que me juró serme fiel, pero desapareció y no supe nada de él. Porque el tiempo lentamente separa los friends y por dentro cada uno juega su papel. Yo tengo la suerte contada con las manos, muchos coleguitas, poquitos hermanos. Cuento con guión para lo bueno y lo malo, juntos por vivir y el sonido que te damos. Champion, brother, Chela Rebel, Mina Falla Babylon. Amigo, no me pida perdón si no es de corazón lo que me vas a decir. Un amigo suele ser bendición, son gestos de ilusión y falsa para seguir. Amigo, no me pida perdón si no es de corazón lo que me vas a decir. Un amigo suele ser bendición. Yo ya sé dónde buscar. Me he perdido tantas veces, escuece perderme en tu piel. Te di mucho más de lo que mereces. Jueces juzgaron mi causa, perdí por muy poco. Quedé malherido por dentro, tan roto, tan muerto, tan crudo, tan loco. Me dieron por tanto tan poco. De las rendijas por las que logré ver algo que fuese capaz de calmar mi dolor. Solo cegaba la poca luz que pasaba, reflejo de lo que llevo en mi interior.
When I show you what I'm about to show you,
una mano, pero ahora te quejas de no haber agarrado.
Okay, all right. Okay, cool. Sounds good. All right, so here we go, bro. Here we go. Damn, bro. Yeah, I left already, man. Well, fuck off then. Shit. Can't be patient enough, dude. That's stupid. Anyways, so here we are. Listen, let's read it again, all right? Let's go back and read it again real quick for you guys that are patient. Thank you very much for sticking around. For you guys that bounced because you couldn't be patient, well, then the hell with y'all. Unsubscribe. Relentless research established as equally truly that the so-called self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe at no time in their history could be correctly regarded as the direct lineal descendants of the legendary lost 10 tribes of the Bible lore. Okay? The so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe in modern history cannot legitimately point to a single ancient ancestor who ever set foot on the soil of Palestine in the era of the Bible.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Research also reveals that the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe were never Semites, okay? Not Semites now. Were never Semites, are not Semites now. Nor can they ever, that should have been capitalized, by the way, be regarded as Semites at any future time, any stretch of the imagination. It can't get any more clear than that. So this is why I asked y'all to be patient, but apparently some of you guys aren't. So maybe some, I don't know. Are you guys kids or so? I'm trying to, I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter. It's like the world and shit. The world don't really stick around. Short-term attention deficit disorder, I guess they call it. Anyways, so here is my point. Okay?
Your mind will be blown. You're going to be blindsided. Every single Israeli prime minister has a fake name. Did you know that? I was just talking about Ben Gurion. Do you know what his original name is? It's Grun. Gruen. He changed it to make it sound more Jewish and sound more Middle Eastern. Do you know what Netanyahu's real name is? It's not Netanyahu, it's Milkovsky. I swear to God, go and look it up. You'll find Milkovsky. That's his real name. These are, remember what Israelis are. Israelis are European Jews. They don't come from Palestine, but they want you to make you believe. They want to make believe and make you believe that they come from this area, that they are indigenous to the land, that they're so Jewish, right? Even though they have no connection. So they changed their names. Here's another one. Moshe Sharat. His name is Chertok originally. You've got Levi Eshkol. Eshkol was Shklonik. So he changed it from Shklonik to Eshkol. Then you have Yigal Alon, his original name, Peikovitz. Golda Meir, Israel's first female prime minister. Her real name is not Golda Meir, it's Mabovich. Mabovich. More like mad bitch. We have Yitzhak Rabin, right? His name is not Rabin, it's Rubitsov. Are you seeing the pattern? These are Eastern European names. Not Palestinian, not Jewish, not Middle Eastern. They're Eastern European. Okay? They're not Palestinian. They don't come from this region. Yitzhak Shamir. He's a great one. You know, Yitzhak Shamir, he's on the wanted poster because he was wanted by the British police in Palestine for terrorism. But they don't tell you that. So Yitzhak Shamir, his original name is Yezernitsky. Yezernitsky. Shimon Peres, Persky. Netanyahu, I already told you, Malikovsky. I think I said Milkovsky, excuse me. It's Malikovsky. Never, you know, it's the same point. Ehud Barak is Brog. So B-R-O-G. Brog. He changed it to Barak. Ariel Sharon. His original name is Shinerman. Shinerman. He changed it to Sharon. And Yair Lapid, who's you still see him changing posts, his original name is Lampel. So he changed it from Lampel to Lapid. Ain't it lovely? Ain't it lovely? You know, it's like I know half of you didn't know this. I guarantee half of you at least didn't know this stuff. I guarantee you. Because no matter how much you know about the Zionists, you will always discover new things about them, about how they obfuscate, how they lie, how they cheat their way into taking the land, right? By hook or by crook. They're going to do anything they can. And they think that this is a way to, you know, pull the wool over our eyes and make us think that, you know, they belong to the region or something. Like we can't look at their faces and see, well, you look particularly different to the people that are indigenous to the land. Do you not? I mean, again, you can have all sorts of people in the Levant. You know, you can have gingers and a pale white. It's not about that, but we know that every single Israeli government has always been headed by and the cabinet has been filled by people who are Ashkenazi. They're not Semites. They don't come from the region. They're Eastern Europeans. They're Jews from Europe. They just don't come from this region. I don't know when they converted or whatever, but the point is that they don't come from the region. And even if they did, like let's say you're a Zionist. Let's say you actually believe, yes, this is the land of the Jews. These people are not Jewish. They are not Jewish in the sense that you think they are. They have adopted a religion from the Middle East. That doesn't mean they are the original Hebrews or people that lived there 3,000 years ago. Ironically, if you're looking for the people that lived there 3,000 years ago, guess what? They're still there. They're called Palestinians. Maybe today some of them are Christian. Maybe some of them are Muslim. But they are the original people of this land. And you're killing them and butchering them. So what does that make you? Right? Not to mention the fact, this is why we call Arabs and Palestinians Semites, because they're Semites. They come from this region. So, you know, these people are not Semites. the Israelis are not Semites, and they are butchering actual Semites and then calling the real Semites anti-Semitic. I mean, what is that? They're such frauds. They even change the names to make themselves appear more Semitic. That's how fraudulent they are. That's how criminal they are. Shame on them. Malikovsky, what a wanker.
Yeah, he said, what a wanker. He said, what a wanker. Those are facts. And you know what? And that means I'm talking to the our people, the actual real people of the Bible, bro. So again, let's go back. It says your relentless research establishes that's equally true, and that the so-called or self-styled Jews, like the young man just said, in Eastern Europe at no time, no way, shape, or form in their history, Ben Shapiro, you too, sucker, in your history, you could be correctly regarded as let me go back. In Eastern Europe, at no time in their history could be correctly regarded as their direct lineal descendant of the legendary lost 10 tribes of the Bible lineal, meaning that, you know, you are not in any way, shape, or form related to the Meshiacha whatsoever. These guys are Khazars, baby girl. These are the Khazars. Let's listen to the sister again.
These names and family stories have been killed. We even do this. I just lost it. I don't want to be politically correct. No, every human matters. Alice in Bethlehem matters. Yasmin, every single girl that is being killed, Maryam that is still surviving, and every day I check her father's Instagram to make sure that Maryam and her father and her brother are still alive and giving us that feed from Gaza. These people are not only equal. I'm done with being politically correct. We are more important. We are the indigenous people. These are the indigenous people. These are the Semites of the world. These are the people who are directly and genetically related to Jesus Christ. These are the people who are directly and genetically related to Jesus Christ. These are the people who are directly and genetically related to Jesus Christ. The ones that are being massacred by people coming from Poland and most recently from Brazil, from the United States of America. These people are invading Palestine, this holy land, and killing the indigenous people. And if you want to talk about racism, and if you want to talk about superiority and supremacy, I think people who have survived 76 years of all kinds of persecution, they are way more important than myself, George, and anybody who's been entitled and have dual passports and have been, spoiled all their lives. They are.
Those are facts. So let's continue. So you self-styled people, the so-called self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe in ancient modern history cannot legitimately point to a single ancient ancestor. Whoever set even a foot on the soil of Palestine in the era of the Bible history. Research also reveals that the so-called self-styled Jews who have organized chaos in Eastern Europe were never Semites, are not Semites now, nor can ever be regarded as Semites at any future time by any stretch of imagination. If you want to call me an anti-Semite, well, hey, I can show you my DNA and I'll tell you where I'm from, okay? So the hell with you. And if you're coming in and you don't like the way I talk, then move on and unsubscribe. You don't belong here because we talk facts. I'm not here pulling guns on people, stabbing them and killing them. No. I don't do that. Unlike you guys do. The so-called Moors now. Dude, listen, this attack on trying to steal a heritage that does not belong to you only reminds me of the seditious type of spirit you guys have. And again, there are two nations here that are dealing this way, the Khazars and the Canaanites. And we're going to show it again. Exhaustive research also Exhaustive research also irrevocably rejects as a fantastic propagation the generally accepted belief by Christians, like, Catholics, that the so-called self-styled Jews, like the ones you guys see today, in Eastern Europe, right, are the legendary chosen people, so very vocally publicized by the Christian clergy from their pulpit. Now, I want to bring you guys to some attention because we brought some stuff out. We know that Christopher Columbus was a Sephardic Jew. We know that now. A Sephardic Jew, right? We know that a lot of them supposedly converted to Catholicism, not to die, right? Now that we know how deceiving these people are, wouldn't it occur to you that they would also use the name of the Christians to kill us in the name of the Christians, but in reality feel how they feel towards other nations? And they knew who we were. So why would they allow this destruction to happen and to occur? Instead, they use, no, I'm not a so-called Jew. I'm going to kill in the Christian name, but I'm still a so-called Jew with my Kabbalah and Zohar and Talmud teachings. That's what it's saying right here. Maybe you can explain to me, my dear Dr. Goldstein, the reason why and just how the origin of the history of the Khazars in the Khazar kingdom was so well concealed from the world for many centuries. What secret mysteries powers have been able to countless generations to keep the origin of the history of the Khazars and the Khazar kingdom out of the history textbooks and out of the classrooms courses in the history throughout the world. The origin and the history of the Khazars and the Khazar kingdom are certainly incontestable historical facts. These incontestable historical facts also establish, beyond any question of doubt, the origin and history of the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe. The origin and history of the Khazars in Khazar kingdom and their relationship to the origin and their early history to the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe was one of the history's best kept secrets until wide publicity was given in recent research to my research on this subject. Do you not think, my dear Dr. Goldstein, that in this time, this whole subject was dragged out of its hiding place? Really, right? So it gets into it more. Let's continue. Skip a little bit here. He here starts talking to a lieutenant to alert him. And he says, to my astonishment, he informed me, like after he tells him, that he had never heard, like this lieutenant, in all his career as a history teacher or otherwise heard the word Khazar before he heard me mention it. This must be giving you some idea, Mr. Goldstein, of how successful that mysterious secret power was with their plot to black out the origin and the history of the Khazars and the Khazar kingdom in order to conceal from the world, and particularly the Christians, idiots, the true origin and the history of the so-called self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe. You guys are worshiping demons. Catholics, Christians, Protestants, evangelicals, you guys are worshiping demons. Check this out. So now we're going to get into Khazar, Russian, Bolsheviks. Where the hell did these all come from? Why do you think, a matter of fact, no. You know what? Let me see. Matter of fact, because before you forget, I don't want you guys to forget. You're going to see, because a lot of people have short-term memory. You know, a lot of you guys do. Sorry to tell you, but you do. A lot of you guys have.
When I show you what.
Remember these names, okay? It says the Russian conquest in the 10th and 13th century of the known to history Khazar apparently ended in the existence of all the time little known history in 800,000. I'm sorry. Let me read that again because that sounded horrible. The Russian conquest in the 10th through 13th century of the little known to history Khazars apparently ended the existence for all the time of the little known to history 800,000 square mile sovereign kingdom of the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe, known them as the Khazar kingdom. The historians and theologians now agree that this political development was the reason for the important change in the wording of the Kol Nidri by Mir ben Samuel, fake Jew, in the 11th century. for the policy adopted by the so-called self-styled Jews that the law of the revocation in advance was not made public. Hide who they are. So these guys, prior to the 10th century, Khazar kingdom had already been reduced by Russian conquest to an area at about 800,000 miles. Now we're seeing Russians involved. As you can see, the map from the Jewish Encyclopedia, reduced in the book form of this track, Facts Are Facts, the territory of the Khazar kingdom in the 10th century was still by far the greatest of any nation in Europe. So let me play this video again while I look for the map. Okay, don't forget these names.
What I'm about to show you, your mind will be blown. You're going to be blindsided. Every single Israeli prime minister has a fake name. Did you know that? I was just talking about Ben Gurion. Do you know what his original name is? It's Grun, Gruen. He changed it to make it sound more Jewish and sound more Middle Eastern. Do you know what Netanyahu's real name is? It's not Netanyahu, it's Milkovsky. I swear to God, go and look it up. You'll find Milkovsky. That's his real name. These are, remember what Israelis are. Israelis are European Jews. They don't come from Palestine, but they want you to make you believe. They want to make believe and make you believe that they come from this area, that they are indigenous to the land, that they're so Jewish, right? Even though they have no connection. So they changed their names. Here's another one. Moshe Sharat, his name is Chertok originally. You've got Levi Eshkol. Eshkol was Shklonik. So he changed it from Shklonik to Eshkol. Then you have Yigal Alon, his original name, Peikovitz. Golda Meir, Israel's first female prime minister. Her real name is not Golda Meir, it's Mabovich. Mabovich. More like mad bitch. We have Yitzhak Rabin, right? His name is not Rabin, it's Rubitsov. Are you seeing the pattern? These are Eastern European names. Not Palestinian, not Jewish, not Middle Eastern. They're Eastern European, okay?
All right, so now, here, let me connect it now. I didn't want to take that off because I think it's important to see. So here mentions the names. So I'm going to give you this here. This is from Jewish Encyclopedia about the Khazars. So they know who they are. They're not lying. I mean, you know what I mean? They'll tell you something else, but they're not lying. They know who they are. A people of Turkish origin whose lives and history are interwoven with the very beginning of the history of the Jews of Russia. See? The kingdom of Chazars was firmly established in the most South Russian long before the foundation of the Russian monarchy, Varangians, in 855. Jews have lived on the shores of the Black and Caspian Seas since the first century of the Common Era. Fucking lie. Historical evidence points to the region of Ural as the home of Khazars. Among the classical history of the Middle Ages were known of Chozars or Khazirs or Akazirs or Akatirs in the Russian Chronicles as Kawalisis or Ugri, Briali, whatever the fuck that is. I don't give a shit. Early history. The Armenian writers of the 5th and following century, now they want to mention the Khazar invasions. Here we see. Invasions, I'm sorry. The Kagan was the king of the north, ruler of the Khazars, and the queen was the Chaton. The Khazars first came to Armenia in 198. They drove them out, blah, blah, blah. They'll go into the history here. Now it says the second half of the 6th century was Khazars moved westward. How interesting that they put history on Khazars here. But they don't say it on national level, do they? Nah, we're not Khazars. We're not Khazars. Matter of fact, check this out. And again, I told you I'm going to go heavy on this point. Watch this. Okay. Come on, Bato.
Are you?
All right. So now, keep in mind, right? Embrace Judaism in the year 669. Ukraine or Savir freed themselves from the rule of Orbrians, settled between Don and the Caucasus, came under the dominion of the Khazars. For this reason, Ugrian, who had hitherto been called the white or independent Ugrian, are described as the chroniclers ascribed to Nestor as the black or independent Ugrian. They were no longer governed by their own prince, but they were ruled by the kings of Khazars. In 735, when the Arab leader Marwan moved to Georgia against the Khazars, he attacked the Ugrians. Also, in 679, the Khazars subjugated the Bulgars. Remember the 13th colonies or the 13th tribes or the movie The 13th Warrior? I did a class on that. Go back to that class and you'll see what these guys are. The Bulgars, the Khazars. These people were pagans, worshipers, and they would like dirty ass people. They wouldn't shower for fucking years. And their women would expose themselves and they would actually eat their lice, bro. I did a class on that shit. In 679, the Khazars subjugated the Bulgars and extended their sway farther west between the Don and the Dnieper, as Faraz and headwaters of the Donets, whatever, all that stuff, right? Okay. Then it says here, it was probably about the time that the Kagan of the Khazars and his grandees, together with a large number of his heathen people, embraced the Jewish religion. Embraced the Jewish religion.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Embraced the Jewish religion. Together with a large number of heathen. According to Harkavi, the conversion took place 620. According to others, 640. King Joseph, in his letter to Hasdi bin Shaprut in 690, gives the following account. Some centuries ago, King Bulan reigned over the Khazars, who, to him, God appeared in a dream, promising might and glory. Encouraged by his dream, Bulan went to the road of Darlan to the country of Ardebil, where he had gained great victories over the Arabs, by the way. The Byzantine empires, when you guys read about Byzantines in high school, you didn't realize it was them. The Byzantine empires and the caliphs of the Ishmaelites sent him envoys with presents and sages to convert him to their respective religions. So World War I has a lot to do to break things up like that. World War I has a lot to do with the breakup of the Ottoman Empire, which we're fighting with the Byzantine Empire. Bro, y'all got to get into history. As each of the champion believed his religion to be the best, Bulan separately questioned the Mohammedans and the Christians as to which the other two religions they would consider the better. When both gave presence to that of the Jews, the king perceived that it must be the true religion. He therefore adopted it.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
That's confirmed by one of their great minds. I'm not saying it. They're saying it.
Familiar with the Khazar theory? There's a theory, it's widely accepted as anti-Semitic, that Ashkenazi Jews come from the Khazars and they're not Levantine. But DNA tests.
It's not anti-Semitic. It's a question of fact. So Shlomo San, for example, has not anti-Semitic. It's a question of fact.
You see this? Chomsky, Norman Chomsky.
So
listen
to what he says.
Are you familiar with the Khazar theory? There's a theory, it's widely accepted as anti-Semitic, that Ashkenazi Jews come from the Khazars and they're not Levantine. But DNA tests.
It's not anti-Semitic. It's a question of fact.
Bam! Damn!
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
It's a question of fact. It's a question of fact. Come on, man. Hey, there's a link. You guys are welcome to jump on if you want to just chop it up in the meantime. Join me on the live, or if you want to debate, let's bring it. I'm in the mood to chop up some swines today. Because I'm about to show y'all something, man. It's going to get deep today. Bocab Scrap Malone. Bocab, the Sicilian pork chop Malone, is another confused baby pork chop sucking vegan heathen, I guess. Bocab eats bacon, cheeseburgers for lunch with extra. Every day. All right. So again, we're going back and forth. Who are these Khazars? They are converts. This is from their own webpage. Oh, where are you? Oh, my bad. Hold on. This is from their own webpage. Okay. Right here. They adopted it. The Byzantine Empire. Here we see the Kagan, Khazar. I advise you or invite y'all. Let's see who's here. Hold on a second. Let me see who's here. Let's see what we got. How you doing, Wesley? Can you hear me? Hey, Wesley, can you hear us? I think you're on mute, Wesley. Can you hear us, Wesley? I think you're on mute, sir. You want to come back and unmute yourself? Can't hear you. Okay, keep trying. I'll just continue. So as you can see, the Khazar, Kagans, this is the actual conversion, okay? Conversion. This clearly tells us that they're not actual original Jews.
I can hear you. Am I audible yet?
Yeah, you're on now.
audible?
We can hear you. How you doing today?
I just wanted to send you a message quickly, just briefly. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, sir. I can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Wesley, we can hear you, Wesley. Say, look.
Can you hear me?
Say, we can hear you, Wesley.
Okay, good.
Go for it.
Today, you're going to see two visions. You're going to see each of the two visions 7 times each. 7 times you are going to see a vision, and it's going to only take a moment, a blink of an eye, to show you the vision from Jesus, but it's going to seem in your mind like a month of time, but it will appear to you in a moment. The two visions that you shall see 7 times each. One shall show you how those in the cities shall starve to death for not telling the vision.
Are you reading the Bible?
Wait,
Wesley, are you reading the Bible?
The other vision you shall see is
Wesley,
how those
Wesley.
who tell the vision shall be given
Wesley, can you hear
food
me?
and drink to eat from Jesus, but only
Wesley.
those that tell the
Wesley.
vision get
Hey.
food.
Wesley, can you hear me, Wesley?
Yes.
Okay. Are you reading the Bible?
Who are you?
That's me. I'm the guy doing the class.
I don't know who you are.
What do you, bro? You hit the link. I'm the guy talking in the class.
You're not famous here.
What? Wait, hold on. Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Who are you?
This is my channel. You hit the link to my channel.
This is your toy. I understand.
Okay. So are you here to say something, read something, express something? Why are you here?
You are all going to see two visions from Jesus 7 times
Okay,
each
cool.
today.
All right, so stop. Are you reading the Bible is what I'm asking you. Are you reading the Bible? What are you saying?
I'm not going to answer your question.
So then why'd you hit the link?
To let you know what you're going to be seeing today.
No, I'm asking then. Okay, so before we move forward, Wesley, I think you're an adult. Clearly, you're an adult. So you're not here to read the Bible. You're not here to be questioned, but you came on my live. Oh, you call it toy. Fine. You came on my toy.
I don't know who you are. I've never heard of you.
Well, we don't know who you are either. So what the fuck is the
Everybody
difference?
on earth knows who I am.
We don't know who you are, Wesley. That's how small you are to this world. Like you're nothing, man. Yeah. But bring up your whatever doctrine you want. Before, and by the way, in this channel, if you want to talk Bible, right, you need to bring up scripture. Don't just talk. Bring up scripture and then say your point. Because we're used to Christians just talking. You guys like to talk. You don't like to read the Bible. So bring up a verse and then tell me what you mean by your two visions.
Oh, I have to follow your ultimatum. No, thank you.
Okay, well then get off the link.
You'll see the vision 7 times each. What's going to happen to you? Goodbye.
You cannot come on this live and think you're going to create order or whatever it is. We don't know who you are, Curly Wesley, and your two dreams of some Messiah, whatever. If you would have read me one verse, I would leave you on. And there's no such thing as, oh, I'm going to do it my way or your way. No, this is common sense. We are talking historical things of the Bible, and you want to bring up Bible but don't want to read the Bible, then you get mad because I question which verse you're going to bring out, and you don't want to because you think, I don't know, I'm white. I can come in any channel and say what I want. Oh, bro. Estás mal, brother. Estás mal, brother. Okay, so let's go back. Again, I will entertain anybody, Christian, BHI, Wabo, political, whatever you want. We can talk today. I am free today. But don't come with that attitude. But don't come with this attitude like this, man. Like literally you saying everybody knows you. Well, obviously, you don't have no YouTube etiquette. I mean, if you say your experience, like I don't understand what the hell that is even. I don't even get it. Anyways, let's go back to it. So the Benson time, let's not lose the fact that these people here, right? Like he mentioned before, and Noam Chomsky is going to confirm. So let's listen to Noam Chomsky once again. Let me let it play. No interruption to the video. The two videos I'll play. Go back to the Khazar reading, and then we'll continue with the class. All right, let's have fun. You guys go. The sound's not good. All right, let me check. Let me take off the sound. Let me see. Yeah, I don't want that. I want you guys to hear it. All right, let me play it again. Let me play it again, family. All right, let's see. Let me know if the sound's good. All right.
Are you familiar with the Khazar theory? There's a theory, it's widely accepted as anti-Semitic, that Ashkenazi Jews come from the Khazars and they're not Levantine. But DNA tests.
It's not anti-Semitic. It's a question of fact. So Shlomo Sand, for example, has argued that, I think probably exaggerated, but it's simply a question of fact. If my ancestors from the Ukraine have Khazar roots, changes nothing. I'm Jewish. My grandfather was Jewish. My family happens to have a story saying that we're descended from the Baal Shem Tov. Okay, that's part of saying that we're descended from the Baal Shem Tov.
Descendants from the Baal Shem Tov, the Bolsheviks. Okay, we're going to read that as well. Let's continue.
Okay, that's part of the culture. Doesn't matter what the DNA shows. We live, this is a point that Ahad Ha'am made.
It doesn't matter what the DNA shows, family. You see that? It don't matter. It don't matter to them. He admits, yeah, we're our Khazars. That's not anti-Semitic. It's true. But it doesn't matter what you say. And here's why he's going to, I guess you could say, justify why it doesn't matter. And the entire society currently agrees with him.
This is a point that Ahad Ha'am made over a century ago in his lectures on the two Moseses. He says, yes, there's a Moses of history, who may have existed, may not have existed. There's a Moses of culture, and that exists as a cultural phenomenon. And it's the cultural phenomenon within our cultural tradition, whoever Moses might have been, and if he even existed. Yes, that's true. We live in a world of cultural traditions. Makes no difference what the DNA says. So, okay, if the DNA says we're not descended from the Baal Shem Tov, hence back to King David, but we're descended from somebody in the Caucasus, makes absolutely no difference to our identity. We should stop this silly game altogether. It's maybe of some scholarly historical interest, but of no significance for the modern world. The modern world is the cultural entities that we're part of.
Hear that?
Social and cultural entities. And so we should throw all that aside. They can play with it in biology labs in Israel where they're intent cultural entities that we're part of. Okay? Social and cultural entities.
What he's basically saying, family, is like, if you're a Mexican today in this society, it don't matter what you say, we see you as a Mexican. If you're black, or African American or African. If they see him as a Jew, he's saying he is what he is, because culturally speaking, right now, socially acceptable is you are what you look like. That's some side shit.
And so we should throw all that aside. They can play with it in biology labs in Israel where they're intent on showing something absurd. But we live in this world with its own cultural, social, political structures. And in this world, I'm Jewish, no matter what the DNA shows, structures. And in this world, I'm Jewish, no matter what the DNA shows. There is an actual existing world in Israel, Palestine. I've already reviewed briefly what it is. Sharp discrimination against Palestinians within Israel, illegal settlements in occupied West Bank, destruction of Gaza. Those are the major phenomena we have to deal with. And there are ways to deal with them, and talking about what happened in the Bible is not going to help.
To quite put it, the hell with you. We are who we say we are. But in the same breath, he wants to say Palestine and all that shit. Well, aren't they killing Palestinians in the name of the Bible? So that's what they're doing, right? So let's continue.
They're not Palestinian. They don't come from this region. Yitzhak Shamir. He's a great one. Yitzhak Shamir, he's on the wanted poster because he was wanted by the British police in Palestine for terrorism. But they don't tell you that. So Yitzhak Shamir, his original name is Yezernitsky. Shimon Peres, Persky. Netanyahu, I already told you, Malikovsky. I think I said Milkovsky, excuse me. It's Malikovsky. Never.
All Russian Bolshevik last names, by the way, in case you don't know. Wesley.
It's the same point. Ehud Barak is Brog. So B-R-O-G. Brog. He changed it to Barak. Ariel Sharon. His original name is Shinerman. Shinerman. He changed it to Sharon. And Yair Lapid, who's you still see him changing posts, his original name is Lampel. So he changed it from Lampel to Lapid. Ain't it lovely? Ain't it lovely? It's like I know half of you didn't know this. I guarantee half of you at least didn't know this stuff. I guarantee you. Because no matter how much you know about the Zionists, you will always discover new things about them, about how they obfuscate, how they lie, how they cheat their way into taking the land.
Told you.
Right? By hook or by crook. They're going to do anything they can. And they think that this is a way to, pull the wool over our eyes and make us think that, they belong to the region or something like we.
This goes to you wobbles and you so-called Moors too. This goes to you motherfuckers too. Let's go.
You can't look at their faces and see, well, you look particularly different to the people that are indigenous to them.
You look very different than the indigenous people of this land right here. You know what I'm saying? It is the same damn warfare, family.
Land, do you not? I mean, again, it's you can have all sorts of people in the Levant. You know, you can have gingers and a pale white. It's not about that, but we know that every single Israeli government has always been headed by, and the cabinet has been filled by people who are Ashkenazi. They're not Semites. They don't come from the region. They're Eastern Europeans. They're Jews from Europe. They just don't come from this region. I don't know when they converted or whatever, but the point is that they don't come from the region. And even if they did, like let's say you're a Zionist. Let's say you actually believe, yes, this is the land of the Jews. These people are not Jewish. They are not Jewish in the sense that you think they are. They have adopted a religion from the Middle East. That doesn't mean they are the original Hebrews or people that lived there 3,000 years ago. Ironically, if you're looking for the people that lived there 3,000 years ago, guess what? They're still there. They're called Palestinians. Maybe today some of them are Christian. Maybe some of them are Muslim. But they are the original people of this land. And you're killing them and butchering them. So what does that make you? Right? Not to mention the fact, this is why we call Arabs and Palestinians Semites, because they're Semites. They come from this region. So, these people are not Semites. The Israelis are not Semites, and they are butchering actual Semites and then calling the real Semites anti-Semitic. I mean, what is that? They're such frauds. They even change the names to make themselves appear more Semitic. That's how fraudulent they are. That's how criminal they are. Shame on them.
Who's doing that now? Wabos are too. So-called African Americans are changing their names, calling themselves Moors, claiming this land supposedly is theirs too. It's the same fucking tool of warfare, bro. Same guerrilla warfare. Bolshevik guerrilla warfare since 1800, right around the time when these damn same people started calling themselves Jews, and then said, like in the book Light and Truth in 1844 to 55, it all started around that time. Trust me, man, this is Kabbalah shit. Masonry, Freemasonry all day, every day. It started in that time. Then they said, oh, these black ones that look like us, those are real natives. But these other ones over here, that one that have been here since long ago, no, those are not it. It started since then. All by popular demand. And I'm not lying because I'm connecting these dots here. The Khazars were not Semites. They were an Asiatic Mongoloid nation. Oh, Isaiah chapter 58 and verse. Why do you think these Canaanites, these seditious Canaanites, want to call us Mongols? You ever thought of that? That's why they use that terminology on us. Because the Khazar said. They are, bro. The Khazars were not Semites. They were and they are the Asiatic Mongoloid nation. So you guys that are calling us so-called Mongoloids,
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
They misclassify because, again, remember, these two nations, Khazars and Canaanites, are projecting. What they tell us we are is exactly who they are. They are classified by modern anthropologists as turquoise Finns racially. Now, it's funny because Finns, meaning Phoenicians. Remember, Esau first slept with Canaan. From time immemorial, the homeland of the Khazars was in the heart of Asia. They were a very warlike nation. Didn't the Bible say that Esau would die by the sword and live by the sword? Isn't this what they caused? Didn't the Bible say, I didn't say I was going to bring a lot of it, but I'll bring it out right now. Didn't it say I believe in Obadiah, that they're small among the heathen? Doesn't the Bible say that? Yeah, Obadiah 1 and 2, behold, I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised. Who is it concerning? Edom. You guys ever read the book, The Negro and the Jews? They got a lot in common. And not because of nationality. Sedition. They were a very warlike nation. The Khazars were driven out of the Asian, finally by the nations in Asia, with whom they were continually at war. The Khazars invaded Eastern Europe to escape further defeat in Asia. You see this right here. The Khazars were a pagan nation when they invaded Eastern Europe. So that's why they practiced the Talmud. Here we go right here. After a historic session with the respective of the three monotheistic religions, King Bolam decided against the Christian and Islam and selected the future of the state religion as a religious worship then known as Talmudism.
That's right.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
The Talmudists study the Zohar, the Sifrat, the Ein Sof, witchcraft, Kabbalah, Mishnah, the Talmud. That's what they study. The Zohar, like, you know what I'm saying? Like Lunaria, in case you don't know, Lunaria, I believe. Lunari. It is all part of it. And known and practiced as Judaism. So when you hear this terminology, it's really this Kabbalah Talmud study. The Bible said don't add to the Bible. You guys ended up writing a bunch of different books. After the conversion of the King Bolam, none but a so-called or self-styled Jew could occupy the Khazar throne. And in Jewish Encyclopedia, you guys embrace your people, but you don't say it nationally. Just like Chomsky said, yes, they're not anti-Semitic, but it don't fucking matter what DNA you have, because socially speaking, we are the Jews, Ak. The Jewish Encyclopedia refers to the Khazars as Chazars. The two spellings are optional according to the best authorities. Two spellings are optional. Remember two spellings? So you can see it as Khazar or Chazar. Or Tsar. 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 Like the Tsar of Russia. Khazar. Custom. The Jewish Encyclopedia has 5 pages of the Khazars, but I will skip through them. And here's the map of the Jewish Encyclopedia. It says there, European religions in Europe, the Jews in Khazar. You see that? They're embracing them, family. See that? The Jews in Khazars. The Khazars, a people of Turkish origin, whose life and history are interwoven with the very beginning of the history of the Jews in Russia, or of Russia. You see this? Russia, driven on by the nomadic tribes of the steppes. Now, let's consider this here. Before the foundation of the... Okay, let's read this and then we'll move on. In the second half of the 6th century, the Chazars moved east-westward. The kingdom of the Khazars was firmly established in the most of the South Russia, Mongoloids, the real ones, before the mountains of the Russian monarchy by the Varangians. At this time, the kingdom of Chazar stood at the height of its power and was constantly at war. At the end of the 8th century, once they converted, the Kagan king of the Khazars and his grandees, together with a large number of his heathen people, embraced the Jewish religion. Must have been considerable. About the 9th century, it appears as if all the Chazars were Jews and that they had been converted to Judaism only a short time before. Remember the book on the A New Voyage to Italy, and how he actually said that these people can't prove that they're actual people of the Bible. Check this out. Let's do it now. A New Voyage to Italy. So you can see what I'm talking about. This is on volume 2, by the way. Okay, you got to go to volume 2 to get it, and it's 1739. Not too many years apart. 1739. Even after the time that these still people are calling themselves Jews. So these Christians here, they do an actual homework on these guys. They're like, okay, what do you mean? So this is again A New Voyage to Italy. by Maximilian Messine between 1650 and 1722. Printed in 1739, reprinted again later on. So he says around 650, okay? Watch what it says here. He's talking about who these people are. So he's going around saying like, yo, these people, like, they're not Jews, even though they come in different colors. It says here on page 139, this also vulgar error that these Jews are all black. For this is only true of the Portuguese Jews, meaning Swati, dark skin. Culomeados. Are those your relatives? Is that why you're pushing so hard for the Wabo? Is that really what's going on with you? I always sometimes wonder. Then it says, who marrying always among one another beget children of themselves. Now, okay, fine. If you leave it there, you see people like, oh my God, you see the Jews are black, the Jews are black. Nah, contraire, mon frère. So he goes out and says it in the following pages as to what his answer is, because he's actually going out there searching for answers to see if they're really Jews. He finds out in the end, he says, the answer I have then to make you in few words about this affair is that these Jews, black or white, Swati or not, woolly or straight hair, ginger or not ginger, Sephardic or Ashkenazi Khazars, these Jews have furnished me with nothing that one can draw any use from. And indeed, what could they say? Or and indeed, what could they say to Christians, and the Christians do not already know as well as they? Have they any secret source or any immediate revelation? Who are these people that pretend to teach each other? On the contrary, they are a sort of creature, so filled with false notions, so conceited of their monstrous ideas, that I would never advise young people to have any commerce with them for the fear of receiving from them some ridiculous prejudice. Then he goes and says, listen, I even went around and asked them to pronounce words in Hebrew, and they just sound so fucking horrible. They sound like animals. I didn't say it. He said it. You can read the book. Now, this is what I'm looking for. In 1948, the Pentagon in Washington addressed largely the assembly and the highest ranking officers of the United States Army, principally in the G2 branch of the military intelligence, on a highly explosive and geopolitical situation in Eastern Europe and the Middle East. Now you know why they got that going on? Then as now that the area of the world was a potential threat to the peace of the world and the security of this nation, I explained to them fully the origins of the Khazars and the Khazar kingdoms. I felt then, as I feel now, that without a clear and comprehensive knowledge of that subject, it is impossible to understand or to evaluate properly what has been taking place in the world since 1917. Remember the year that they fumigated our people? That is the same zytoclone or DDT that they first used on us, so then later on used by the Nazis, supposedly to these people. The year of the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. It is the key to that problem. The Bolsheviks right there. Why do you think I did that little video? Okay, so now check this out. Let's move on real quick. I'm going to show you guys something. Okay. Now, I've heard these people brutally destroying our brethren across the world. Yes, and I'm going to call them brethren. Whether you agree with me or not, I don't give a shit. Because I know these BHIs, they say that they're Ishmaelites. They're not all Ishmaelites, dumbasses. But let's continue. I know you're doing their dirty work. You're a useful idiot or a very, yeah. Anyways, check this out. So I've given you a history of who these people are. They're not the real Jews of the Bible. Now you know that Talmudism relates to Judaism. They don't study the Bible, family. They go all up in the Zohar, the Talmud, the Mishnah, the Kabbalah, the Sifrat, all of that stuff, man. I'm telling you, fam, I did a class on the Sifrat. That shit is crazy. And that's all. Look, you can't have Freemasonry without Kabbalah. Or you can't have Freemasonry without the Talmud. You can't have without the other. I'll see if I can find that page that I have. Listen to this.
For all we know, Iran is funding the anti-Israel protests that are going on right now outside this building. Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. The day after we defeat Hamas, a new Gaza could emerge. For the foreseeable future, we must retain overriding security control there to prevent the resurgence of terror, to ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. For all we know, Iran is funding the anti-Israel protests that are going on right now outside this building. Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. The day after we defeat Hamas, a new Gaza could emerge. For the foreseeable future, we must retain overriding security control there to prevent the resurgence of terror, to ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel.
You guys are watching, right? Comparing the two. Remember, that guy is not Netanyahu.
The prosecutor of the international...
It's not his real name. He is a Bolshevik bloodline of the Russians, of the Khazars, from the Caucasus Mountains. That's not anti-Semitic. Those are facts. Even Norman Chomsky said it himself. And I already showed you my DNA. So fuck all y'all. Benjamin Netanyahu, that's not his real name. He's not an Israelite. He's not originally from the land there. He is a Russian convert. When are you guys going to get it, you dumb Christians? And you killed, and they killed, by the way, in the name of Christianity, a massive amount of natives when they came in 1492. So if you wanted this image of Christianity, they embarrassed y'all. Because in hiding, in secret, there were still Jews practicing Kabbalah, but in name of Christ, the Jesus in the cross you have, the Christian shit you follow, they killed the natives. But they never believed it. That's why it was so unbelievable to the Casas. Bertaluma de las Casas, he's like, you're killing in the name of God? Like, what's going on here? It's starting to make sense. You've been here since 1492. It's been here since 1492. Let's go.
International Criminal Court has shamefully accused Israel of deliberately starving the people of Gaza. This is utter, complete nonsense. It's a complete fabrication. Israel has enabled more than 40,000 aid trucks to enter Gaza. The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has shamefully accused Israel of deliberately starving the people of Gaza. This is utter, complete nonsense. It's a complete fabrication. Israel has enabled more than 40,000 aid trucks to enter Gaza. The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has shamefully...
See this? We're going somewhere with this. Y'all think I'm not going somewhere with this? I'm going somewhere with this. Oh, yeah, I am. I'm going to share with you the way that they talk.
Stephen Miller here.
The way that they talk to the Palestinian brothers and sisters. And I looked for videos, honestly, to show you the similarities. And honestly, I couldn't find it. I'm not on TikTok a lot, and I'm not good on TikTok. But the way that they talk to us here, okay, is the same way they talk to Palestinians then. Listen to this. You say enough and call people enough and remind them and tell them like the organized chaos. You constantly tell people they're savages, they're savages, they're savages, they're savages, they're savages, they're savages. Eventually people will believe it. So, eventually people will believe it. So how deep is this history? Very deep. See, this is the Sifrat from the Kabbalah. Without the you cannot have Freemasonry without the Talmud. It goes hand in hand. Freemasonry goes hand in hand with all of these. Kabbalah, Khazars, you see this, Judaic conversion. It's showing the actual concept, black nobility. This is why you got the Moors over here professing some bullshit, or you got Wabo saying all of this stuff, or BHI, who was kind of trying to settle the seed. Pretty soon you're going to see Nate the Snake get fired. Y'all know, you're going to find out what that means. You're going to see him get fired pretty soon. You're fired, Nate. You couldn't do the job. They thought you could do it. They hired your cop ass, and you couldn't do the job. No. Matter of fact, you woke up more people. Dumbass. Anyways, you'll see what I'm talking about. That's what this whole black nobility comes from. Now, how am I relating this whole so-called Sephirah to these people? Baal worship, the Canaanites. Why do you think it says, don't threat on me? And they have that snake shape. It's all part of it, family. Phoenicians, Canaanites, they're all working together, bro. Ashkenaz, you see that? Cana, King Solomon supposedly, and you see the Talmud. You can't have Freemasonry without the other. It goes hand in hand. And who is involved? Vavari. And who was on the bottom? See, all you dummies and shit, especially you, Wesley, you want to go push Christianity, go push that dumb Christianity shit somewhere else. Because if you're celebrating Christmas, that just tells me who you are. But let's continue.
Steve here, president of America First Legal. Foreigners in the United States who support terrorism must be deported. Those who hate our country and our way of life are not welcome here and do not belong here. We must demand the federal government remove these foreign extremists from our midst. If you agree, support us by clicking here.
He's a so-called self-styled Jew. I don't understand. I thought I don't get it. Okay. Let's continue with some more.
I am trusting the fact that Kamala Harris is letting illegal immigrants into this country who are raping and murdering children.
I had been very respectful. Why are you yelling?
That was Stephen Miller, Trump acolyte, MAGA stooge, getting his ass handed to him by an international reporter. I'm going to show you the whole clip in full because it's just too good to split up, and then we'll talk about it on the other side. But I want you to watch this, and while you're watching it, I want to think to yourself, why don't our reporters do this? Here's a clip. Real quick, if you're liking this video, please hit a like on the video. And if you're not subscribed, consider subscribing. Thanks so much.
All these criminal migrants that have been flooded in the country are going to be the first to get thrown out of here. I mean, you've seen case after case, these heartbreaking tragedies. Those ones are going to get found and deported first. And look at this Venezuelan gang. You have a Venezuelan gang that is taking over entire apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado. And that's responsible, by the way, for some of the most heinous crimes that have happened all over the United States. The crime rate in Venezuela is down, I believe, a little bit over 60% over the last several years.
Are you trusting the official figures from the Venezuelan dictatorship?
Let's put it this way. If you're a dictator of a poor country with a high crime rate, wouldn't you send your criminals to our open border?
That wasn't my question. Are you trusting the figures of the dictatorships? Those are Maduro numbers.
I am believing that it is in the interest of a criminal dictator to let his criminals out of their jails and come to our country.
You have numbers, real numbers, not dictators.
The Venezuelan gangs that you've seen the CCTV footage. I have a question. Who do you think? Answer me this.
My family is from Venezuela. I know very well the situation of Caracas and many other cities.
Right, tell me, who were the people with the high-powered rifles in the hallway of that apartment building? Who were they?
They were gangsters from Venezuela.
Right. No American community.
But I was asking to you about figures, numbers,
facts.
facts.
To you is the facts are the dead bodies. The facts are.
You said that Caracas has a lowest crime rate than the USA.
The facts are the mutilated bodies. The facts are the people in the morgues that are dead.
I was asking you about Caracas and the numbers in Caracas. Are you trusting the numbers of the dictatorship?
I am trusting the fact that Kamala Harris is letting illegal immigrants into this country who are raping and murdering children.
I had been very respectful. Why are you yelling?
Do you know who Jocelyn Ungary is? Do you know who she is?
Do you know how many people is experiencing violence in Caracas?
Who is she? Who is Laken Riley?
Why are you yelling again?
Because I'm yelling because children are being raped and murdered.
I was just asking for figures, and you have not replied to me about those figures.
Murdered. Do you know who Kayla Hamilton is?
Do you trust the numbers of Nicolas Maduro? I'm asking again.
I trust a ruthless dictator will empty his prisons and send their criminals to our country.
So you trust his numbers?
The most dangerous gang in Venezuela.
Do you trust Nicolas Maduro?
I trust that he does not want his criminals to be.
So you believe in his numbers?
I believe he's sending his criminals to our country.
And do you think that the crime rate in Venezuela have decreased?
Do you not believe the law enforcement reports of Venezuelan gangs in this country?
I was asking for the Venezuelan government figures, not the figures here.
Are Venezuelan gangs in this country or not? Yes or no?
What
yes
are
no?
the figures that you say to say that in Caracas the number is lower than in the USA?
Are Venezuelan gangs in this country or not?
So you don't have numbers?
Are you know who has numbers? The Department of Homeland Security. You can ask Mayorkas for numbers. You can ask the Director Ray for the numbers.
Sir,
I'm telling you.
You said that in Venezuela the crime rate is lower than the USA.
Yes, because
what are your numbers? That's my question.
Because the criminals are here now.
Those are Maduro's numbers.
I can tell you, again, that Border Patrol agents are encountering thousands
trust
of
Maduro numbers?
I trust the border agents in our country.
But I am not saying that Caracas has a lower crime rate.
Children are dead, and you are wasting my time.
No, I am not wasting your time. I'm asking for facts as a journalist.
Do you have any remorse for the dead children? Do you care at all about the dead children?
Absolutely.
Then that's what I want to leave you with, is that Donald Trump will come to
was just asking for figures.
Here's what's going to happen. Donald Trump is going to be elected president, and the migrant gangs are going to be sent home. Children's lives will be saved. And you know who will benefit the most? Are the working-class Hispanic communities that are besieged by gang violence.
So you don't have figures.
Public schools that are being overtaken by migrant gangs. You have MS-13 that is brutalizing children. You have Kayla Hamilton, who was a 20-year-old autistic girl who was raped and murdered, beaten to death. That will end. That will stop, and our children's lives will be saved. That is the most virtuous thing that can possibly be done. We are going to save the lives of our children. We will not let Kamala Harris condemn.
Speaking of rape, you know which country allows people to go and stay there if they're pedophiles? Your country. Who's raping soldiers or who's raping people in jail right now? Your country. There's reports coming up saying that these people have been raping Palestinians in jail. Yeah, with their children. And he doesn't even give a shit about our people. Now, I'll tell you this right now, bro. The way they're talking is no different than how they were talking in Palestine. That's why I hinted, man. You guys really don't get it, bro. Look, this is all leading to this particular statement. You guys think this is funny. It's not funny.
They are radicals headed up by a radical governor in Colorado that has no clue how to solve this influx of crime into his state. And by the way, Colorado's one state. It's much worse in other states. But in Colorado, they've taken over. I mean, in Colorado, they're so brazen, they're taking over sections of the state. And, you know, getting them out will be a bloody story. Should have never been allowed to come into our country. Nobody checked them. Nobody checked. Were they criminals? Were they from jails? We have them pouring out from jails. We have the worst criminals in all of these countries. 168 so far are registered, 168 countries. They're in our country, and they said, if you come back, you will be executed. You will be killed immediately. Not going to be easy.
You guys hear that? It's going to be bloody, deporting your asses. And then if you decide to come back, you will get shot. I didn't say that. This orangutan said that. This Make America Great Again said that. This Chinga tu Madre, this Chinga tu Maga said that. Let's hear it again. Maybe you guys will finally start clicking and seeing the similarity between over there and here. The constant similarity. And I've been saying it for over a year. Anyways, let's continue.
But we'll do it. But they are radicals headed up by a radical governor in Colorado that has no clue how to solve this influx of crime into his state. And by the way, Colorado's one state. It's much worse in other states. But in Colorado, they've taken over. I mean, in Colorado, they're so brazen, they're taking over sections of the state. And, you know, getting them out will be a bloody story. Should have never been allowed to come into our country. Nobody checked them. Nobody checked. Were they criminals? Were they from jails? We have them pouring out from jails. We have the worst criminals in all of these countries. 168 so far are registered, 168 countries. They're in our country, and they said, if you come back, you will be executed, you will be killed immediately. Not going to be easy, but we'll do it. But they're
not going to be easy, but we'll do it. Really?
It may not be obvious to people who are not.
Really? So let me have him remind you guys, because like he said, it may not be obvious to people that, you know, like you guys, because I listen, I pay attention, and I, you know, when I have time, if I'm not spending time with my family or at work, I'm studying. That's what I do. Okay? I focus on my family. I focus on my family, work, and study. That's it. Nothing else. Talk to brothers every now and then, and that's what I do, which allows me to really have a really serious relationship with my family, man. You guys should consider it. Anyways, let's listen into a little bit of this. They're going to intro it, and then they start talking, okay? Let me see where it says right there. Where is he at? It goes right here. Let's listen to this real quick.
We don't just show you anything, and we don't just regurgitate lies around here. But this is important to fact check and show you. Donald Trump is vowing what sounds like deliberately violent or illegal border policies. Before I show you what he says, I'm going to put this law, as you see, I'm going to leave this on the screen for a moment, because U.S. law enforcement are not supposed to escalate encounters, let alone aim for bloody border patrol. Indeed, under law, using deadly force is illegal unless an officer faces an individually grave, measurable risk of harm. Those rules bind all U.S. law enforcement, including Border Patrol. And that brings me to what Trump is now vowing over the weekend. And this should be known so you understand what we get from Trump tomorrow night at the debate might not be this extreme. He might even run right away from this. But to his base, with that programming, he is campaigning on what he says he will do, that he will order officials to go past what I just showed you the law is, that he will do, quote, bloody border enforcement, that he will have people, quote, killed immediately for returning to the U.S. border.
Getting them out will be a bloody story. Should have never been allowed to come into our country. If you come back, you will be executed. You will be killed immediately. Not going to be easy, but we'll do it.
That he will have people, quote, killed immediately for returning to the U.S. border.
Getting them out will be a bloody story. Should have never been allowed to come into our country. If you come back, you will be executed. You will be killed immediately. Not going to be easy, but we'll do it.
That's what he's running on in public, even as he might run away from it because he has some political and PR instincts tomorrow night. Fact check. What you just heard him say, the former president, current Republican nominee, is requesting an illegal order. So those are the kind of orders that, if issued, are still immediately illegal. There is no immediate kill policy allowed. U.S. officials take an oath to the Constitution, not to any president, even Donald Trump and whatever he thinks he can order, even if he's reelected. U.S. officials would have an obligation to resist that kind of unlawful order.
Says it would have an option, though. But some of these people,
because they're sending.
Some of these people don't care about the option. They want to do it. It's like sometimes people want to go to court and they want to be in a jury because they want to condemn certain people. Yeah, it won't be easy, bro, but still, you know, some of our people, if this really happens, shit.
Thousands coming in. But the fact that they'd even say that, and they didn't do it for me, they just did a report. They said not one terrorist, 2019, check it out. They said not one terrorist came into the country. Now we have thousands and thousands and thousands of terrorists pouring into our country at record levels. And it's going to end very badly. It's going to end very badly. We got to get them the hell out of here. We got to get them out of here fast. What they've done in allowing maybe 25 million people into our country, it should be illegal. They're destroying, it should be illegal. Maybe it is illegal. They're destroying our country. They're ruining our country. In Aurora, Colorado, entire apartment complexes are being taken over by armed Venezuela gangs with weapons, the likes of which even the military doesn't see. They're terrorizing residents and they're just menacing the whole state. but they are menacing that community, and the people are petrified. Even the sheriff, he's trying his best, but he's got a small force by comparison. This is like a military force, and they're vicious, violent people. By the way, Venezuelan crime is down 72%. Crime is down all over the world because they're sending their criminals, not just South America, from all over the world. They're sending their criminals. They're sending people in jail for murder and drugs and everything else. They're sending them into our country. They're getting rid of them. Crime's down all over the world. Our crime is through the roof. And you haven't seen the migrant crime yet. It started and it's vicious, but you haven't seen the extent of it yet. They're just getting settled in. Colorado is a total mess with a governor that has no idea what to do. He has no idea. He's confused. He's afraid of the migrants, but he doesn't want to say it because that's a bad thing to say if you're a Democrat. You know, they put you right out of business. He fears the policies of Kamala, but doesn't want to lose his base or his job. He's afraid to say anything about it. Colorado began the threat to democracy against me, where they tried to unconstitutionally remove me from the party by a lot about that. But Colorado was the one that's absolutely angry at it. They in the Republican Party, a nominee, not anything. There's no clue how to solve this. It's Colorado. They're so brazen, they're taking over sections of the state. And, you know, getting them out will be a bloody story. Should have never been allowed to come into our country. Nobody checked them. Nobody checked, were they criminals? Were they from jails? We have them pouring out from jails. We have the worst criminals in all of these countries. 168 so far are registered, 168 countries. They're in our country, and they said, if you come back, you will be executed, you will be killed immediately. Not going to be easy, but we'll do it. But they have no...
Yeah. He said it. How many times have we heard this? Now you know why this video makes sense.
A pioneer of modern propaganda was this man, Edward Bernays. Bernays invented the term public relations. He wrote, "The intelligent manipulation of the masses is an invisible government which is the true ruling power in our country." He was part of a secretive group called the U.S. Committee on Public Information, set up in 1917 to persuade reluctant Americans to join the war in Europe.
Edward Bernays and Walter Lippmann go to Woodrow Wilson and say, look, man, if you're going to enter into this war, we are going to need to sell this war to the American people. And so Wilson institutes and creates the first modern propaganda machinery. It was actually quite brilliant in its conceptualization, so that the best way to persuade people is to grab them by their emotions, by their unconscious and instinctual urges. Let's not bother with pumping out facts. Let's scare the hell out of people.
For Edward Bernays, public relations was like a war on people, on bending their will. He persuaded women to smoke at a time when smoking in public was not considered ladylike. He convinced a group of debutantes to parade along Fifth Avenue, holding up Lucky Strike cigarettes as symbols of women's liberation. To his delight, the press called these torches of freedom.
What he was interested in doing was creating an association between a product, in this case cigarettes, and the desire for women's liberation. It worked in the sense that it got lots of news coverage. It worked in the sense that women started smoking publicly, and in fact, smoking became a symbol of the woman, of the emancipated woman. Let's not bother with pumping out facts. Let's scare the hell out of people. A picture of the Statue of Liberty in tatters, crumbled into the New York harbor with German planes flying around it. A picture of the world being gobbled up by the bloody hands of a gorilla wearing a German helmet. So, you know, it's not about facts anymore. The facts don't matter. Let's not bother with pumping out facts. Let's scare the hell out of people.
Iraq, March the 20th, 2003. The creation of illusions and the selling of war had come a long way since Edward Bernays. The selling of this invasion depended on the news media to promote a series of illusions, like the link between Saddam Hussein and 9/11. This is the Pentagon which spends almost $1 billion a year just on advertising, recruiting, propaganda, the selling of war.
There are Pentagon contracts with news organizations in terms of how to manipulate the news. There are Pentagon officials involved in press releases that go to the media in which intelligence is used to manipulate public opinion, which is a violation of the charter of any intelligence organization. Then you have retired generals who serve as press spokesmen for all the networks, and it's never revealed which military-industrial firms they work for.
Central to this is the co-opting and spinning of a media regarded as the freest in the world, was sold by these two men. The blueprint for the invasion was this military doctrine called shock and awe, designed to paralyze the country and destroy food production, water supply and other civilian infrastructure. The effect would be similar to the dropping of the atomic bombs on Japan. This was terrorizing people on a grand scale, and it would be covered up by deception in massive amounts. But this was not how it was reported at the time.
Scores of American reporters have now joined U.S. military units in Kuwait as part of the Pentagon's effort to make any war with Iraq what the Pentagon calls a media-friendly campaign.
A new word, embedding, entered media language in the planning for the invasion. Most of the reports that viewers saw came from within a system in which media organizations agreed to certain conditions laid down by the Ministry of Defense in London and the Pentagon in Washington.
Again, I'm presenting you documentation showing you historically who these fake people are. Now, in the Bible, it does say that there's nothing new under the sun. Nothing. And about a year, it says here 10 months ago. About 10 months ago, I did a video on this topic here. Hold on a second, family. Give me a second. Supposedly, I was about to get blocked. Let me read this real quick because it's probably going to connect. People are trying to say the Jews are Edomites, then turn around and say they are the Tur people. True that. Venezuelans and other illegal immigrants will be used to lump us together, and black fools will be used to muscle just like the 1492. Yeah, I'm glad you bring up that point. Because just like they're saying that they're going to deport, bloody mess, and at the same time, if they return, they're going to shoot you. Well, guess who said this? Petro from Colombia has said this. So let's listen in. You may enjoy this conversation. I'm not going to go too far back. I'll go right around here. I think it starts right there. Hold on, all right? Let me check.
Del Éxodo.
Yep, there it goes right here. Okay, perfect. Let me go back about, let's start at the 28th minute, I think. Okay. So Donald Trump says that they're going to shoot our gente if they try to come back. Remember that this chaos was started because of the sanctionings. Okay? Remember. And remember, this all goes back to the drug wars, and you're going to find out who started the drug wars. They call it Operation Condor. And it was impressed upon, and was actually manifested through the help of the Mossad. Yeah. The Israeli Mossad. Yeah. They've been in Mexico doing that shit. Ooh, it's going to get heavy. So now, again, nothing new under the sun. Sometimes it's just a spiritual thing. He said this almost a year ago, that it's going to happen, that we should be paying attention to Palestine because what's happening over there, they're going to start doing it here. Now Donald Trump's talking this way. Let me show you.
En toda la cadena del éxodo desde la Patagonia hasta entrar a los Estados Unidos. Hacia México, Centroamérica, va arrastrando, ese es el éxodo, va arrastrando población queriendo entrar a Estados Unidos. Los datos hasta ahora del Pon del Darién más o menos son 375,000 personas que han pasado a la fecha. De ellas, 238,000 son venezolanos, la inmensa mayoría. Son venezolanos que ya habían pasado por Colombia y se habían distribuido en América del Sur y ahora van rumbo al norte. 46,300 ecuatorianos, que es un dato extraordinario, digamos, para Ecuador. 42,263 haitianos que ya se habían repartido por todo el sur de Sudamérica y van hacia el norte ahora. 19,000.
Bring you on board to what he's talking about, okay? Yeah. I'll try to. Matter of fact, I'll try to do the short on them. So here he's talking. Matter of fact, let me take you back so you can understand what we just read. I'm sorry. He's talking about the horn, meaning the traveling of the people who, because of sanctions, lack of resources, due to the infiltration of the Anglo and the Canaanite and the Khazar, our people are suffering. So these where it's pointing out. Okay, so let's listen in. This is prophetic here, man. Check this out.
Los bloqueos. No hay mucho que explicar. Causas de la migración más o menos son claras, se han explicado ya por parte de México, indudablemente la pobreza. ¿Para qué?
All right, I'll stop now.
Hoy me pregunte. Decían que iba a haber la gran alianza Europa-América Latina, que teníamos valores que compartir, dijeron. El primer un poco azote a eso era que querían que antes que nada firmáramos una declaración de apoyo a la Unión Europea sobre la guerra a Ucrania. Acuérdense ustedes que incluso se demoró mucho la firma de la declaración por ello. ¿Y para qué era? Si después iban a aplaudir la invasión de un territorio como Palestina. Y aplaudir y silenciarse ante los muertos de los niños, las muertes de los niños y las niñas. ¿Nosotros también nos silenciamos?
See, he's starting and mentioning Palestine. So, as everybody else is silent, should we be silent? He's asking the crowd. This is the intervención en el encuentro de Palenque. Major presidents, Latino American presidents, met with AMLO to talk about how they could work together and be a front for the whole nation of our Latino comunidad. So here, Petro is talking about, well, let's consider these things. Because there's a lot to say about what's going on in Palestine with regards to what has been going on with us for 50 years. Just like them, since 1948, we've been going through the same shit, very similar family. In case you don't know, the repatriation, the wetback operation, the Sabrero programs, the drug warfare is about 70-something years old. You didn't know that, huh? I guess it has to be me to remind you. Let's listen. This is going to be a few minutes, man. Y'all, hey, stick around and listen, family. You're going to learn something because this is biblical. Whether you like to believe it or not, it is. Let's continue.
O marcamos una diferenciación que empiece porque reivindicamos un orden jurídico, un derecho internacional que es un derecho de gentes, que si no lo reivindicamos va a ser eso que estamos viendo en Palestina, y ahora lo explico, lo que va a convertirse en la política de tratamiento de la migración hacia adelante.
Ooh, you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? He just said right now, look, let's rewind it a little bit. It just died on me. That's funny, man. That's right. When I show up, it dies. He just said right now, check this out. He's at 124. Let's not forget. Listen to this, family. Listen to what he's saying. Where does he start? He starts right here. All right, matter of fact, sorry, my bad. Let's get a bigger picture. Let's go.
En Palestina con lo que acontece en los flujos migratorios del mundo, el éxodo, le llaman, el éxodo en creciendo. Si uno se silencia, dice una frase que apareció en una de las manifestaciones en Turquía, uno se silencia ante los niños cuando duermen, no cuando los matan. Y estamos ante un héroes contemporáneo que está matando cada 15 minutos un niño palestino, trayéndonos el recuerdo y la realidad de que no estamos viviendo en un mundo con un derecho internacional organizado, cuyas reglas pudieran servirnos para la convivencia y la civilización, sino que estamos ante la repetición. Yo le llamo 1936, pero global. 1933, pero global. 1933 fue el año que subió Hitler al poder en Alemania. Lo que estamos observando, como si la historia se repitiese, es de nuevo un genocidio, de nuevo un campo de concentración, de nuevo un orden internacional que, como el europeo, permitió a Hitler. Porque es que lo primero que sucede en ese 1933 es la permisibilidad europea sobre Hitler. Lo estamos observando a escala mundial. A nosotros nos invitaron allá a Europa, al encuentro CELAC, Unión Europea. ¿Para qué? Pues me pregunte. Decían que iba a haber la gran alianza Europa-América Latina, que teníamos valores que compartir, dijeron. El primer un poco azote a eso era que querían que antes que nada firmáramos una declaración de apoyo a la Unión Europea sobre la guerra a Ucrania. Acuérdense ustedes que incluso se demoró mucho la firma de la declaración por ello. ¿Y para qué era? Si después iban a aplaudir la invasión de un territorio como Palestina. Y aplaudir y silenciarse ante los muertos de los niños, las muertes de los niños y las niñas. ¿Nosotros también nos silenciamos? ¿O marcamos una diferenciación que empiece porque reivindicamos un orden jurídico, un derecho internacional que es un derecho de gentes, que si no lo reivindicamos va a ser eso que estamos viendo en Palestina, y ahora lo explico, lo que va a convertirse en la política de tratamiento de la migración hacia adelante, que ya estamos viendo su balbuceo. Y trato, digamos, yo a veces hablo mucho, pero trato de explicar el planteamiento respecto incluso a la declaración. Aquí las causas de la migración más o menos son claras, se han explicado ya por parte de México, indudablemente la pobreza. No hay mucho que explicar alrededor de ello, la pobreza es la principal causa de la migración y del éxodo. Los bloqueos políticos, el pueblo palestino es un pueblo bloqueado. Aquí hay un pueblo venezolano bloqueado, aquí hay un pueblo cubano bloqueado. Hay unos bloqueos no políticos, pero de facto. Haití es un pueblo que se bloquea. La política antidrogas, que no se menciona en la declaración, porque si auscultamos un poco lo que pasa en la migración haitiana o la situación haitiana, y discúlpenme que me meta en algo que quiero aprender, o lo que está sucediendo en Ecuador, que es extraño para los colombianos, porque para nosotros Ecuador era un remanso de paz, no tiene más violencia que Colombia. Las estadísticas de la migración por el tapón del Darién. El tapón del Darién es una selva, digamos, hermosa por la biodiversidad, pero ajena al ser humano. Ni la guerrilla colombiana se estableció en el tapón del Darién. Después de 60 años de luchas en las montañas y en las selvas, el tapón del Darién jamás. Por ahí está pasando, va a pasar este año 500,000 de personas. Y el año entrante va a pasar 1,000,000 de personas. Hacia México, Centroamérica, va arrastrando, ese es el éxodo, va arrastrando población.
Isn't this what these Republicans are complaining about? That's exactly what they're complaining about. Let's continue.
Queriendo entrar a Estados Unidos. Los datos hasta ahora del tapón del Darién más o menos son 375,000 personas que han pasado a la fecha. De ellas, 238,000 son venezolanos, la inmensa mayoría.
See, and Trump is using venezolanos saying, oh, they're taking over the state, right? Let's continue.
Venezolanos que ya habían pasado por Colombia y se habían distribuido en América del Sur y ahora van rumbo al norte.
And which, by the way, Venezuela is sanctioned because of Maduro, which there is a so-called coup d'etat going on over there. Even I think to this day. Let's continue.
46.300 ecuatorianos, que es un dato extraordinario, digamos, para Ecuador. 42.263 haitianos.
By the way, the video I showed the other day, man, I apologize. I honestly, I kind of did it on the fly. I don't know if it's true or not. The guy that did that video, the Jamaican dude, he's pro-Trump. So who knows? So I don't know. But anyways, now they're using Haitians, saying that they're animals too, and they're eating animals. I mean, because what other way can you interpret that? Like, you're saying they're eating animals. So that means they're animals too. They're calling us. So as you can see, the propaganda, the continuous propagandizing of savagery. They're not humans. They don't deserve to live. They're breaking the law. They're criminals. They're drug dealers. They're murderers. They're rapists. You see what I'm saying? They're eating animals. They're eating cats. They're eating dogs. Let's continue. I'll shut up now for another 2 minutes.
Que ya se habían repartido por todo el sur de Sudamérica y van hacia el norte ahora. 20.000 chinos. 11.200 son colombianos. Y sabedores del problema que hay en el tapón del Darién, tienen más facilidad de irse por otras rutas diferentes. Ahí hay unas crisis en esos países provocadas, muchas. Provocadas, yo diría todas. Si queremos disminuir este flujo que toca, porque ahí en ese tapón del Darién gobierna la mafia. El clan del Golfo, le dicen. Hicimos una operación de inteligencia, que está la persona encargada, tratando de mover informantes en toda la cadena del éxodo, desde la Patagonia hasta entrar a los Estados Unidos. Mirando cómo era el mecanismo diario y cotidiano en que las personas pues construían su éxodo, y encontramos que en todos los países, desde la Patagonia hasta dentro de los Estados Unidos, hay mafias que se han coordinado en forma de redes para extraer recursos económicos del éxodo. No son los causantes del éxodo, aunque eso sería una hipótesis, pero ganan y por tanto necesitan que estimulan el éxodo. Aquí hay una primera medida represiva. Eso se llama trata de personas. En las legislaciones nuestras, en toda América Latina, ese debería ser uno de los delitos más castigables. Sacar beneficio económico del éxodo, pero que hay que diferenciar esto bien, porque obviamente cualquier persona que ponga un restaurante por ahí para caminantes, pues no va a ser el delincuente. Pero tenemos que unificar una legislación represiva en torno a la trata de personas, a la exacción económica, diferenciándonos de la política del norte, y aquí viene el problema que quiero plantear, digamos, con exactitud, ojalá. Y es que la política del norte cada vez más es el rechazo profundo del éxodo. Es una política racista, y por eso lo de Palestina tiene tanta importancia para alumbrarnos el inmediato futuro para nosotros. Que no van a matar solo los niños palestinos.
Yeah, it's true. Sorry, I had to run up here. Yeah, and that's why I took it. That's why I was like, you know what? I'm not going to favor that. Because he's like, I'm Jamaican and we're those people. I'm like, what? And then he's like, Trump 24. And I go, I see. It's like, you only talk good about your own, and you don't admit about your own shit. So let me read this. Jamaicans and all other West Caribbean Africans do as much witchcraft as any other Canaanite. Damn. Hold on.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
That's right.
So anyways, and I hope you guys are following, because listen to what Beto is about to say. These next 2-3 minutes are the most important of everything he has said. These 2-3 minutes are the most important, okay? Let's listen in.
Sino que van a defender su modus de vida, como le quieran llamar, que es blanco, que es ario, que está basado en altos niveles de consumo, como todos ustedes saben, que hoy es un consumo que se construye sobre la muerte de los demás, porque es lo que provoca la crisis climática. Es decir, el consumo blanco ario del norte está acercándonos a la extinción de la humanidad a través de la crisis climática. No voy a explicar eso aquí. Otro tema, el cambio químico en la atmósfera. Y ese cambio químico en la atmósfera estimula el éxodo. Entonces, los problemas políticos y de inestabilidad de nuestros países, que ya arrojan una población que va hacia México, cada vez crecerán, pero por otro motivo que tiene que ver con la falta del agua, con la desertización, por el empobrecimiento, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Crisis climática que será respondida por el norte, como en Palestina, quebrando el derecho internacional. No los van a invitar, no les van a permitir la entrada, ametrallarán y usarán campos de concentración.
Damn! I told you guys. Look to what he just said. Listen to what he just said. What is Donald Trump saying and preaching to these Republicans? Let's hear it again.
Problemas políticos y de inestabilidad de nuestros países, que ya arrojan una población que va hacia México, cada vez crecerán, pero por otro motivo que tiene que ver con la falta del agua, con la desertización, por el empobrecimiento, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Crisis climática que será respondida por el norte como...
What he's saying is that it's not just going to happen in the southern areas of their resources lacking. The resources are going to lack here as well, family. You're in for a good ride pretty soon. Because the crisis is going to increase, is what he's talking about. With the exodus already created by the North, what's going to happen? What did Trump say now? What is he saying now? Almost a year later of what they were saying a while ago. Like, look, we need to pay attention to what happened to Palestine and what's been happening to Palestinians, because you think it ain't going to hear. It's been here. We just slowly been going through it. And I'm going to show you how. Let's go.
Palestina, quebrando el derecho internacional. No los van a invitar, no les van a permitir la entrada, ametrallarán y usarán campos de concentración. Palestina. Entonces, nosotros, ¿cómo respondemos? Es que la política del norte cada vez más es el rechazo profundo del éxodo. Es una política racista, y por eso lo de Palestina tiene tanta importancia para alumbrarnos el inmediato futuro para nosotros. Que no van a matar solo los niños palestinos, sino que van a defender su modus de vida, como le quieran llamar, que es blanco, que es ario.
You see that? They're going to defend their way of living because it's Aryan, it's Anglo, meaning white Anglo-Saxon. Gotcha, bitch. No, these.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
White Anglo-Saxon. They're going to protect it. That's what they're saying. Just like they don't give a shit about our brethren over there, they don't give a shit about our brethren, and they won't give a shit about our brethren here. Let the president chosen by the Colombian people to tell you what you're about to see very soon, if that man gets voted. And if he does, shit, you can't kiss my ass goodbye too, because he's going to go after everybody that talks shit about him. Those are facts. Project 2025 says so.
Que está basado en altos niveles de consumo, como todos ustedes saben, que hoy es un consumo que se construye sobre la muerte de los demás, porque es lo que provoca la crisis climática.
See, what he's saying is the consumption of people here is what causes the death over there. Drugs, alcohol, fentanyl, all of that shit, heroin, cocaine, you know what I mean? Crack, all of that stuff. It's self-injuries. Nobody tells these people to take drugs, just like they don't, like they said, just say no. Remember in 1980 they used to say that?
Es decir, el consumo blanco ario del norte está acercándonos a la extinción de la humanidad a través de la crisis climática. No voy a explicar eso aquí. Otro tema, el cambio químico en la atmósfera. Y ese cambio químico en la atmósfera estimula el éxodo. Entonces, los problemas políticos y de inestabilidad de nuestros países, que ya arrojan una población que va hacia México, cada vez crecerán, pero por otro motivo que tiene que ver con la falta del agua, con la desertización, por el empobrecimiento, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Crisis climática que será respondida por el norte como en Palestina.
You see, they're going to respond in the north like they're responding in Palestine. How?
Quebrando el derecho internacional. No los van a invitar, no les van a permitir la entrada, ametrallarán y usarán campos de concentración. Palestina. Ametrallarán y usarán campos de concentración. La entrada, ametrallarán y usarán campos de concentración.
See? He said it, I didn't. He said it, I didn't.
Need to migrate because no one actually just wakes up one day and says, I want to be caught in the border of the US and Mexico or the border of US and Canada and be tortured and be, taken away from my family. No one makes that decision. It is a decision that is imposed on people who don't have access, and that access has been stolen from them. So they come to this country following the traces of the things that have been stolen from them. And we need to be clear, and none of these two candidates are serious enough to assume the responsibility and say that what we need to do is understand foreign policy in relationship to migration and create a foreign policy that is not based on extraction and is not based on taking over the world at the expense of working people everywhere.
Yeah, Vijay Prashad, who's been on the show.
You see what this young lady said? I guess she was trying to run for president and they didn't let her debate between the Democrats and Republicans. This is a Latino voice, family. This is a so-called Latino voice, and she was not allowed to debate with Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. If this would have been a so-called black woman, do you think they would have made a big deal about that?
That's right.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. Yes, they would have, but the fact that she's Latina, so-called, it's not good enough. You see, the voice here ain't heard. Y'all are just shut up, sit down and do your job. Let's listen in again.
In the border of the US and Mexico or the border of US and Canada and be tortured and be, taken away from my family. No one makes that decision. It is a decision that is imposed on people who don't have access, and that access has been stolen from them. So they come to this country following the traces of the things that have been stolen from them. And we need to be clear, and none of these two candidates are serious enough to assume the responsibility and say that what we need to do is understand foreign policy in relationship to migration and create a foreign policy that is not based on extraction and is not based on taking over the world at the expense of working people everywhere.
Yeah, Vijay Prashad, who's been on the show and who's an
responsibility that would necessitate actions to be able to correct the course. And that is something that they're unwilling to do because they are there to protect and preserve U.S. imperialism. And so when we see debates like these,
Did you hear that? Did you hear that, my fellow Americans? Did you hear that, my fellow Americans? It doesn't matter. Yeah, they did, though. They did let the Marco Rubio, el Cuban fufuru. Yeah, because he's already bought and sold. She's bringing out all facts. Imperialism. And then the Republicans, Democrats, Trump or Kamala, they're all going to make decisions based on the interests of the ownership of the corporations. She said something interesting. Let's continue.
They will not point to the root of the problem, and they will not give us the actual solutions. What they will do is play football with our issues and point fingers at each other and assure these corporations, these Wall Street bankers, and the Pentagon that they will continue to stay in line and protect their interests, not our interests. And I really wish that people across this country who are not immigrants could also take to heart that it is against them as well that this attack is happening, because we are part of a huge working class family all across the globe. And we have a responsibility as American citizens to call into account these politicians that never do anything to advance our concerns, to advance our quality of life, and yet say that they're doing all of.
You guys realize that for so many years, Raza has been treated this way, and it's so normalized now, bro, that you look at it and it's like nothing. What's the next step? I fear for that next step, man, if this dude wins. Because I think it may happen.
What they're doing in our name and to protect us, but they're really doing it to protect the interests of capitalism.
And speaking of,
ouch! I believe it. I truly believe it. Let's continue real quick, and then I'm going to show you how deep this rabbit hole goes.
That capitalism needs the labor of immigrant workers. I mean, there are 15 million, maybe 20 million undocumented folks in the United States. Without them, big parts of the economy just don't work. I mean, this is not like sort of a marginal part of the working class. It's a very significant, I would say, central anchoring part of the proletariat, the working class in the United States. And yet, at the same time,
we can see immigration is caused by imperialism. How do we know that? Now, how do we know that? Okay. Let me tell you something real quick. In case you didn't know, these guys have been infiltrating both nations, across, afar, close. And I want to continue watching this. I'll watch it later on my own. Afar and close. And again, let me remind you once more. Let's hear it one more time from the president, so you can see, because we're going to move on to another video. Okay? Listen in.
Etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Crisis climática que será respondida por el norte como en Palestina, quebrando el derecho internacional. No los van a invitar, no les van a permitir la entrada, ametrallarán y usarán campos de concentración. Palestina.
Palestine style is what he's saying. I found this to be very interesting. And by the way, appreciate you, V, for doing this. You know, I'm about facts, so I'm going to bring some facts out. President Benito Juarez. This has been at work for quite some time, so let's touch on it real quick, and then I'm going to show you another video. Because I've showed you other classes of what happened in 1948. I'm sorry, 1848, 1846, 1823. How these self-styled Jews within the government through Freemasonry had a lot to do with the 1848 Hidalgo, the selling of many territories of Mexico. Many people want to worship this gentleman. I never swayed either way, but I did look in some information up on this, and this is interesting. President Benito Juarez of Mexico sold 80% of the native lands to U.S. and British companies. That guy up there is the reason you don't know you're indigenous. Your indigenous roots. Language and religion, regional origin, okay? Despite being an indigenous person himself, I added that, he absolutely hated his roots. He absolutely hated his roots. This man right here, Benito Juarez. And AMLO doesn't say much about him, in case you guys never noticed that. Probably why, right? Maybe he knows something we don't know? Because I think AMLO's a Mason as well. Yeah, and I see that would be a real, he is amazing. But I think so is AMLO. But AMLO doesn't talk much about him. And I think it's because he probably sees like, nah, that dude sold the whole place out, bro. Like he sold us all out. You know what I'm saying? It says here, that guy up there is the reason you don't know your indigenous language root, your indigenous roots, language, or regional origin. I don't know about that, to be honest. Because since the beginning of time with Sumarraga, we lost our indigenous roots. So you can't blame the dude, you know what I'm saying? We lost our indigenous roots the moment those dudes got here. Which, by the way, Sumarraga is a Jesuit, possibly Kabbalah practitioner. so-called Catholic convert, which why it makes me assume his creation of the Virgin Mary. He created that shit. Yeah, he looks straight raza, bro, and he sold out. It says, we often blame Spain for the reasons we have no connection to our roots. Well, I'm sorry. Whoever posted this, I'm using, brothers, but I will 100% disagree on this shit because it is a fucking good point of that. It is a damn, unless Zumarraga is not Spaniard, we have to blame Spain for a major reason from it, specifically because Zumarraga was the reason why we could not read, write, or learn about our language, heritage, or anything about our gente or ourselves. And he's the one that gave us the Virgin fucking Mary. The one, you know what I mean? The whole fake ass shit. He's the one that gave us that shit. So we can blame them. However, it's not completely them. Okay? It says here, but this dude literally erased the original language of many indigenous pueblos. Maybe true, maybe not. You can't technically continue to practice a language that you can't write anymore, kind of hard. By the end of his presidency, this is true. Only 36% of Mexicans knew their original language. Under Spain, 78% of the population knew their original language, and 60% of the indigenous pueblos owned their lands as long as they were Catholic and didn't rebel. Well, I don't know if I care too much about it. Anyways, in summary, President Benito Juarez wanted Mexico to become more similar to the USA. This I can agree with. It's true. Because a lot of them did. Small, almost non-existent Native American population with a huge middle-class economy based on selling indigenous land. Very true. And promoting foreign investments. He knew that indigenous people will fight back for their land, so he reformed the educational system to stop teaching indigenous language and history. That's where I disagree, because that started in 1492, bro. You were not allowed to read or write in Spanish. You were only allowed to memorize Ave Maria, Padre Nuestro, que estás en el cielo, santificado sea tu nombre. El credo, the rosary, 10 commandments, all of that shit. He wanted to Americanize Mexico and its indigenous people. That is true. Then it says here, historians and economists have criticized Ley Lerdo because many communal Native American lands passed into the hands of speculators as few Indians could raise the money for land purchase. Further, lands claimed raised in Mexican court by villagers got nowhere due to administrative delays, court fees, and legal costs. In effect, the law fulfilled a cornerstone goal of many liberals. Liberation, Freemasonry, to move Mexico towards a liberal, middle-class economy while eventually eliminating the Indian community, meaning who we are. In the view of many 19th century Indian communities, in the view of many 19th century liberals, the communal Indian culture and custom were embarrassing relics. I don't want to be Mexican, they say. Fuck these paisas, bro. Yo no soy mexicano. Hey, you don't want to be raza?
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
In the view of many 19th century liberals, the community, Indian culture, and customs were embarrassing relics to the colonial past. Imagine being reminded of that generation after generation, which is why a lot of us didn't want to go back to that understanding of who we were. We thought our past was horrible. On the contraire, mon frère. On the contraire, mon frère. Okay? Then it says here, a truly modern Mexico must pursue a future based on Anglo-American entrepreneurial models to foster middle-class prosperity. See? And here's like the certification and privatization of indigenous lands in Mexico. Yeah, I can quickly read that if you want. It's crazy. All of that. Mexico and the states that President Benito Juarez wanted to sell to Britain and the US and Portugal. That's where I'm from right there. Right there's where I'm from. Damn, man. That's crazy. Mexico in its states. He wanted to sell all that. Tratado Maclana Ocampo was a treaty that Juarez signed which allowed the U.S. to own specific states in Mexico. The treaty granted perpetual transit, military, and other extraterrestrial rights to the United States and its citizens in Mexican soil, and was controversial in both Mexico and the United States. For Mexico, it was seen as a betrayal of the country by ceding sovereignty to the U.S., which had already defeated Mexico and annexed vast amounts of its territory in the Mexican-American War a decade before. By the way, Canelo will fight tonight. But it promised the financially strapped liberal government the means to continue the war against conservatives. You see this? See this? See this? Now, check this out. Hey, what up? Juan more! Oh, not you, bro. No, sorry, man. Not you more, man. My bad, dude. That wasn't. I'll say what's up. You're not fuck that puto, bro. No. This don't apply to you, bro. You're a brother here. My bad. Anyways, listen to this. La mafia israelí en México que llegó con García Luna. La historia no contada por Paco Cruz. I bet you guys didn't know this. Hold on a second. Hey, Kazars. I found you in Mexico, you bastards. Let's listen in.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenos días, tardes, noches, dependiendo de la hora en la que usted esté viendo esta entrevista. El día de hoy, engalardonados con la presencia del maestro, del periodista, del escritor Francisco Cruz Jiménez. Un tema que no se ha abordado prácticamente para nada en esta cobertura del juicio García Luna y en diferentes medios de comunicación ha sido la participación de la mafia israelí. No solamente ha sido un factor determinante para entender la conducta y la trayectoria criminal de Genaro García Luna, sino que prácticamente no se sabe nada o prácticamente no mucho en torno a la mafia israelí, al Mossad, que ineludiblemente tuvieron relación con Genaro García Luna. El día de hoy vamos a examinar punto por punto, detalle por detalle, de quiénes eran estas organizaciones que colaboraron con Genaro García Luna. Y para ello le doy la bienvenida al maestro Paco Cruz Jiménez, que ya está aquí con nosotros para hablar sin máscaras. Maestro, bienvenido, ¿cómo está?
Manuel, ¿cómo estás? Mira qué tema, es como una bomba atómica, ¿sí? Hablar de la comunidad judía en México, de la mafia israelí o la conexión israelí como se te conoce, parece que mira que no es nada, o del Mossad, que es el servicio de inteligencia de Israel, y que es un servicio antiterrorista en realidad. De pronto parece que no pasa nada, pero mira, en el juicio, en el primer testimonio, ellos lo deslizan por dos partes. Una, cuando dicen que una persona de la comunidad judía puede estar involucrada en algunos casos. Y cuando cruzas información, cuando haces los cruces, dices, no, pues es que el Mossad, a través de esa persona de la comunidad judía, ha estado aquí hace mucho tiempo. Son cosas que no sabemos. Pero ¿qué hace la Mossad o el Mossad en México? ¿Qué hace el servicio de inteligencia antiterrorismo de Israel en México?
Wow. What are you Khazars doing in Mexico in secret is my question. Mossad here, Israeli anti-terrorism, is in Mexico. Why? Why are you there? Stephen Miller, the same people that are supposedly related to these guys. You're in Mexico infiltrating that shit while you're here in the States telling our people that they're savages and the Palestinians as well. And murdering massive amount of people because supposedly 1,200 supposedly died, made up a big deal about a little bit about a bunch of people, right? And just killed massive amounts. Sounds kind of Nazi-ish to me once again.
¿Por qué está aquí? Bueno, pues mira, debemos entender primero que la mafia de Israel en México, la conexión israelí, está presente desde por lo menos 2005. En 2005 se asentó la mafia israelí en México. Lo sabía Genaro García Luna, tenía tratos con ellos. Hay fotos que
de esos tratos, meaning those contracts, were when Mexico purchased what's it called? It's like a spyware type called Pegasus. Pegasus is an Israeli software that allows people to secretly follow you. They could get into your shit everywhere. Yeah. I got an email the other day about somebody saying they took a picture of somewhere where I live, right? Oh, we're gonna expose you. Got a bunch of videos and shit. You've been naughty. I was like, bro, post that shit. Post it. Post it. See what you got on me, man. Ain't nothing new under the sun. But anyways, they use the word Pegasus. Supposedly spyware, Pegasus. And I already kind of knew about this program. I don't know how serious that shit is, but to be honest, but anyways, the point being is that it's an Israeli software created technology. Let's continue.
Documentan que, por ejemplo, tenían mucho acercamiento, primero con el cártel de Sinaloa, y ya te da una imagen de eso. Segundo, con los hermanos Beltrán Leiva a través de la Barbie de Edgar Valdés Villarreal, un asesino en serio. Pero mira, para entender esto, hay que entender que la mafia de Israel
This guy went to jail, by the way, in case you don't know that.
no es un grupo criminal cualquiera, que uno puede decir, no, pues se juntan algunas personas para cometer delitos, crímenes, y ya. No, mira, tiene la mafia de Israel es una organización que tiene...
It says the mafia, but it said the magic of Israel is an organization that has...
Tiene tiempo y que tiene la finalidad de cometer crímenes en forma deliberada y concertada.
Committing crimes in Mexico deliberately and concentrated. Why do you think these Republicans are saying, we're going to go in there and we're going to kill all these drug lords and we got their locations? Who do you think is involved? Making this shit up at the same time. Do you understand what this is all connecting now? Do you understand what I mean? Open your eyes, people. They're coming after you, home.
Sí, es una organización que tiene una estructura organizativa y un carácter de permanencia de tiempo que nada.
Now you see this court. Now you're gonna know. Now it's gonna connect us to why AMLO had made a big deal about changing the judicial system, the judicial circuit system, like the judicial system or the branch. He needed to overhaul the way those judges were elected. I'm gonna show you why. Let's continue.
Que nace cuando nace prácticamente el moderno Estado de Israel y se consolida en los 70 y los 80, migra o se posiciona en Nueva York. Y hoy podemos decir que es una de las organizaciones que tiene muchísimo poder, que con la Yakuza de Japón, con las mafias italianas, la que tú quieras, empezando por la Cosa Nostra, la Sacra Corona Unita, la mafia rusa o mafia roja, y los cárteles mexicanos, el cártel Jalisco Nueva Generación, el cártel de Sinaloa, o las pandillas centroamericanas como la Mara Salvatrucha, los Latin Kings y los Trinitarios, que nadie lo conoce.
You see how many people are involved with these pieces of shit, bro? For the love of money, man. Let's continue. That's why the Bible says that you will be exposed at the end. We're exposing your asses. All of you guys.
No sé, pero que apareció entre los primeros testimonios. Fue el tercero. Sí, aparece. Entonces, ese nivel tiene la mafia de Israel. ¿Por qué? Hay que recordar que cuando se fortalece, la mafia de Israel lo hace con mafiosos rusos, salvajes. Cuando grupos judíos migran a Israel, y como siempre pasa, no solo migran banqueros, profesionales, no, también migran mafiosos. Así que la mafia de Israel se empieza a nutrir con la mafia rusa o la mafia roja. Y
you see this, family? The mafia roja. Russia. What were we reading earlier? The Khazars, Bolsheviks. My God, please. Now it's to start kind of like, full circling for y'all. Let's continue. I got a lot more.
Eso ya le da otro carácter, y eso tenemos que entender que es el carácter que le da su presencia en México, que es parte de la mafia rusa, y que en 2005 se tiene ya bien detallada la presencia de la mafia de Israel a través de dos personajes que luego se nos hacen visibles en 2019, ¿sí? Benjamín Yesuharan Suchi, que se conoce como Ben Suchi, y Alon Azulay, que después son asesinados en la Ciudad de México, ¿sí? Y después descubrimos que son parte de la mafia de Israel, pero son desconocidos para nosotros. Y después nos enteramos, ¿sí? Cuando se va siguiendo, que estos dos personajes fueron detenidos en 2005 y que en 2005 el grupo que comandaba la inteligencia, Genaro García Luna, los conocía, los tenía identificados, los tuvo de frente y sabía que trabajaban en operaciones especiales con el cártel de Sinaloa y que después, cuando se separa el cártel de Sinaloa, ellos deciden tratar, como eran amigos de la Barbie, tienen reuniones, tienen salidas a discotecas, a bailes, a todo con la Barbie, pues deciden decantan por los Beltrán Leiva. Y tenemos...
Oh, man. Shit. We just saw Petro talk about the exodus being caused by millions of our brothers and sisters being dead, being murdered for the need of feeding consumption. And now we're finding out that the Mossad is fully involved, the Israelis fully involved with the cartel, with government entities, secret societies, secret mafias. The red one, by the way, which the Bible talks about Edom being red. Oh, anyway, this whole time, our people have been dying in the hands of who? Now think about this for a moment. Who started the fentanyl crisis? A self-styled Jew by the creation of oxycodone. And through manipulation, money, and marketing, they falsified information to say that that drug was not addictive. You see, any drug that has a 2% addiction level gets taken off the shelf. 2% or more. This drug had a 10% or more addiction level. They didn't care. Matter of fact, in case you don't know, the beer has more than 10% addiction rate, but obviously it makes too much money. They can't take that off, right? They don't consider that a drug. But just giving you a hint. Who's pulling all the strings?
A la mafia de Israel que ya hace grandes operaciones. ¿Cómo? Pues bueno, en 2019 nos enteramos que ellos eran o formaban grandes operativos especiales para extorsionar a grandes personajes o personajes poderosos de la comunidad de Israel en México. Y que ellos...
See that? They were extortioning Israelis in Mexico. The Mossad. These self-styled Jews, well, fake, what I call Khazars, self-styled Jews. Let's continue.
Ellos tenían tratos con Genaro García Luna. Si la mafia de Israel tenía tratos con Genaro García Luna a través de la Barbie.
¿Qué clase de tratos, maestro?
No, pues lo mismo que con el cártel de Sinaloa, que con el cártel Jalisco Nueva Generación. Sí, ellos recibían sus mochadas de parte de los botines que obtenían, ¿sí? la mafia israelí, ¿sí? Y así, a través de la mafia israelí, para combatir algunos casos, llegan exagentes del Mossad a México. O algunos ya estaban, como Eduardo Margolis, y empiezan a cazar. El trabajo que hace el Mossad, ¿sí? Cazar. Es un trabajo de cacería, pero ya lo tienes, y se dedican al secuestro, se dedican a extorsionar a personas.
Now, do you guys maybe wonder and think about what happened to, the whole story about Caro Quintero?
Wait a minute.
You know what I'm saying? Guys, think about that. Kidnapping, all these things. Now, how many of our people have died at the hands of drugs, drug cartels, drug trafficking, drug pushing? You have you stupid ass Republicans blaming our people when you hear and your secret organization understands that they're involved, But no, you want to protect these people here. That's why you have that fake ass Netanyahu with his real name is Bolshevik, some shit, coming here saying, oh no, you know, they're fully involved. And yet you look, listen, fam. Oh, AOC, whatever, that whole Ocasio shit, Republicans, Democrats, you guys are full of shit. Both of you know this has been going on for years, and you don't give a shit. Continue.
Personajes de dinero, a personajes de poder en la comunidad judía, pero los controlan también a través de quién, de Genaro García Luna y de toda su gente. Entonces, cuando hablamos de eso, pues es que Genaro García Luna tenía conexiones con el crimen internacional, no solo controlaba el cártel de Sinaloa, controlaba el cártel Jalisco Nueva Generación, que son los que finalmente tienen los contactos, tienen los operativos a través de los hermanos Beltrán Leiva con la mafia o la conexión israelí. Entonces, los tratos de qué son, de intercambio de dinero, de dejarlos operar, de dejarlos hacer su trabajo, y el caso que conocemos más formalmente es el de Florence Cassés e Israel Vallarta.
You see that, family? So you're like, well, who's this Garcia Luna guy? Who was Garcia Luna? Listen, real quick. Oh, no, let me do a short one. Short one. Here we go.
A man once in charge of Mexico's war on drugs was convicted by a U.S. jury of trafficking.
Hey, let me hear that again. You guys are going, let's find out who the hell this is, okay? He was a powerful person in government who was fighting the war on crime. Sorry, I needed a cough. He was fighting the war on crime. Let's listen in.
A man once in charge of Mexico's war on drugs was convicted by a U.S. jury of trafficking drugs himself on Tuesday. Genaro Garcia Luna's U.S. charges include taking millions of dollars in bribes from the infamous Sinaloa cartel. He'll serve a minimum of 20 years in prison and could face a lifetime sentence. Garcia Luna is one of the highest-ranking Mexican officials ever accused of ties to drug trafficking and had worked closely with U.S. counter-narcotics and intelligence agencies. He led Mexico's Federal Investigation Agency for 4 years and was Public Security Minister for 6 years until 2012. Federal prosecutors in Brooklyn say Garcia Luna accepted bribes from the cartel once run by Joaquin El Chapo Guzman in exchange for protection from arrest, safe passage for cocaine shipments, and tip-offs about future police operations. He was arrested in Texas in 2019 after moving to the United States and had pled not guilty. However, on Tuesday, a jury found him guilty on all 5 counts he faced. Cesar de Castro, a defense lawyer, told reporters Garcia Luna will, quote,
I don't care what you think. Don't you find that ironic, family? When we just heard this brother right here. Oh, wait, what happened to the video? Did I take it off? Nah, I shouldn't have taken it off. What did I do that for? Hold on, let me see. Let me put it back. Give me a second. We just heard him just kind of go through it right now. Come on, man. What the hell, bro? What the fuck? Look.
Que sirven como chivos expiatorios, pero que nos dan pie para decir, aquí está la mafia de Israel en México.
So now you're connecting the dots. Garcia Luna, by the way, the software Pegasus in Mexico, spyware, how Mexico became the biggest of the world's most notorious spy tool. Okay. And oh man, come on. I hate all this. They do this shit. Man, then don't provide the links. You guys are dumb. Nobody's gonna sign up to this shit. You know how many people don't sign up? That's stupid. Don't provide the link. It's that simple. Dumb companies like you. You guys are dumb, bro. I don't know who your marketing team is, bro. You guys need to fire the guy because it's really dumb. Anyways, it says here, new Pegasus spyware abuses identified in Mexico. Right? The Mexican Digital Rights authorized RD3, red Russians, right? En los defensa de los, it's crazy. Has identified Pegasus infection against journalists and human rights defenders taking place between 2019 and 2021. Basically, this Garcia Luna guy used this particular Pegasus tool, and they say that this is what they used to kill those 22 people. Now, where does Pegasus come from? Check this out. Pegasus, Israeli spyware. See? Pegasus, a spyware developed by the Israeli cyber arms company NSOG. Mexico, through Garcia Luna, was the first one to buy that spyware, which was the same spyware that the cartel was using as well to, to deal with this guy. I guess the Mossad got tired of him and said, nah, you're done. We don't need you no more. But funny as it may, we don't hear them we don't hear them here in the Republican Party mention them at all. You're indispensable, they say. You're indispensable. It's pretty crazy, man, when you really think about it like that. That's really crazy when you really think of it like that. Check this out now. So now that you get an understanding of what is going on.
Well, they're telling a lot of tales about Mexico.
Now let's listen to this here. So you saw that they had a lot of manipulation over a lot of people in political powers. And they had, I think I can honestly say that they had judges and a bunch of people under their pockets. So now, why does America care about the choices other countries make? Would Jake care if other countries came and told them what the fuck to do? Let's listen in. See, now that I'm giving you a broader picture as to what's going on and who's pulling the strings, organized chaos, Khazar chaos, chaos by Khazars and Canaanites, the most seditious nation that I have ever met. Let's continue.
Too, and it's causing some increased tensions between the United States and Mexico. And thankfully for us, we have Kurt Hackbarth, the writer, journalist with Jacobin Magazine, and also the host of the Soberanía Mexican Politics podcast, here to help us sort through it all. Kurt, as always, thanks so much for being with us. Oh, you might be muted.
Oh, no.
Oh, we got you.
There we go.
Perfect.
There we go.
Right. There it is. Well, Kurt, there's a lot happening, and maybe just to start with some framing here, I mean, people maybe have seen some headlines in the U.S. that there's a controversy over judicial reform in Mexico regarding some of the policies that Claudia Sheinbaum says she will continue to pursue.
Protesters storming the Mexican Senate. Controversial proposal.
Let me give you kind of like, what are they talking about? So here's what happened, okay? Listen in real quick.
Protesters storming the Mexican Senate, hoping to stop a controversial proposal that would dramatically change the country's judicial system.
Y ahora está traicionando al pueblo.
They are betraying the people, this man says, selling their vote shamefully for this reform to be approved. It is going to lead us to a dictatorship. The late-night vote temporarily delayed, but not avoided.
127 votos.
A total of 127 votes, with 86 votes in favor, one senator announced. Therefore, we have the qualified authority to approve the reform. Under the new system, the country's nearly 7,000 judges will not be appointed to the bench. They'll be elected by the people, including those on the Supreme Court.
Desde el Poder Judicial Federal,
Chief Justice Norma Pina has repeatedly warned against the reforms, arguing that they jeopardize an impartial justice system and put pressure on jurists to vote for what's popular.
El Poder Judicial Federal no es oposición política, no es adversario. El Poder Judicial defiende la Constitución e imparte justicia.
One of the key issues for judges is that they focus on long-term interests.
University of Miami law professor Pablo Ruida Saez, a former deputy justice of the Colombian Constitutional Court, agrees.
And if judges become politicians, they're going to start thinking like politicians do.
So we know that a lot of this publicity stunt, like dumbasses, sellouts like them. So let's kind of consider this, okay? How do you choose a judge? A judge is chosen by the decisions that he's made, let's say, for example, as a prosecutor, how he understands the law and how he follows the law. Typically, you go by the cases that you've prosecuted, and then you can say, I understand the law because this is my track record. That's how you technically could, if I wanted to become a judge, that's what I assume would take place. Regardless of all the, red tape that's surrounded by me, if I'm in an opportunity to be selected, then I'm going to be selected by the decisions that I make fairly under the law. Because what this judicial overhaul is really saying is allowing people in their own communities to choose the judges. That's it. That's it. So if I become a judge, people are going to look at my track record. If they say, no, he's judged wisely, he's prosecuted wisely, those that were committing crimes and those that weren't, he did it properly. Why would that be a problem? Do you guys realize here in America, they wish they can do that? They're trying to, but they can't. Why? Makes you wonder. Let's continue. See, this rabbit hole goes pretty deep, but it's not complicated once you open your eyes.
If they're concerned with their next election.
But Mexico's outgoing president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, has pushed back against criticism. He and Mexico's incoming president, Claudia Sheinbaum, say the overhaul will help to root out corruption.
Es reafirmar que en México hay una auténtica democracia.
Supporters of the changes have taken to the streets as well, some carrying banners that say people who have done nothing wrong do not fear the people.
Que hace falta más democracia en el poder.
We believe that more democracy is needed in the judiciary. One supporter says the judiciary should be elected by popular vote. People will remove those who do badly. So this is a control mechanism. But the law professor we spoke to says people should follow the money.
Elections.
Here is what I don't like about you so-called professors, so-called scholars, you fucking idiots, bro. Yeah, I don't know crap about anything. Because family, in reality, here's what they're telling you, okay? What these people are telling you is basically this, that you as a so-called indigenous, so-called Mexican in this example, that because you're brown, you're not educated enough. You're not an intellectual. You're not intellectually capable of making decisions for yourselves. You will be fooled like how we fool you all the time. So we don't think that you are capable of choosing the right leaders because you guys are dumb. That's exactly what these people are saying to you, to them. You're not smart. You're a bunch of dumb people. There's no way you can choose a leader wisely. There's no way. You guys are a bunch of savages. Now, the question is this. Why the fuck y'all care anyways? Let's find out.
When she ascends to the presidency here, quote unquote, Plan C, it's also called, what are these actual reforms that are taking place that have caused so much back and forth between the U.S. and Mexico?
Yeah, so what's going on now in this transition period between the AMLO administration and the incoming administration of Claudia Sheinbaum is the new Morena Congress is not wasting any time. As we saw on the June 2nd elections, Morena didn't just win. They won a supermajority in both houses of Congress, in both the House of Deputies, Mexico's version of the House of Representatives, and the Senate, and a supermajority in state houses. Mexico has 32 states. It's a federal system like the United States, which means that Morena and its allies can now pass constitutional level reforms on their own, without having to consult with the opposition. The opposition had blocked a series of reforms over the previous years before this election. So what Morena did was, AMLO laid out a series of 20 constitutional reforms in February, and he said, we're running on this. This is the Plan C that you mentioned. And that includes a judicial reform to democratically elect judges. It includes a reform to give indigenous and Afro-Mexican peoples greater rights and greater autonomy. It includes reforms to ban fracking at a constitutional level, to ban open pit mining, to peg the minimum wage to inflation, to increase workers' pensions and create a fund so that workers can retire on their last salary up to a certain limit. So it's a series of progressive reforms.
Do you guys hear that? Do you guys hear what he just said? What is the Plan C? See, a lot of guys didn't know that. A lot of you guys don't follow, you don't know. And by the way, the people that don't understand my angle, well, then I'm glad you don't. Because we do have so-called Afro-Indigenous people in Mexico, and I love them to dear. Because they are sincere about who they are. They either are of Africa or they know it, or they're here and they just have a mixture of it. And we can tell by the spirit. You wobbles are different. But anyways, let me not sidetrack here. Let's listen to what the reform man included and why people are fighting so much against it, because you're just simply giving back to the people, right? Why would that be a problem? Well, again, remember what the young lady, the Hispanic lady, said about certain laws that whether Republican or Democrats, whoever runs, it doesn't matter, because they still pass laws that sanction other countries and eat the resources of those, which cause the immigration problem. Yes, exactly. Let's continue.
Allies can now pass constitutional level reforms on their own, without having to consult with the opposition. The opposition had blocked a series of reforms over the previous years before this election. So what Morena did was, AMLO laid out a series of 20 constitutional reforms in February, and he said, we're running on this. This is the Plan C that you mentioned. And that includes a judicial reform to, democratically elect judges. It includes a reform to give indigenous and Afro-Mexican peoples greater rights and greater autonomy. It includes reforms to ban fracking at a constitutional level, to ban open pit mining, to peg the minimum wage to inflation, to increase workers' pensions and create a fund so that workers can retire on their last salary up to a certain limit. So it's a series of progressive reforms.
Because that wasn't available before, okay? You didn't make it go, you didn't retire and like, okay, I got money. No, man. Like the video I showed you guys the other day with the young lady, the old lady was like, ayúdenos, por favor, because we had elderly people dying, starving. The fracking, the mining, all of that shit is because corporations were, like, for example, El Calico. Do you guys realize here in America that the majority, if not almost all the cement or pavement you guys have here is because of Calico in Yucatan, that you were extracting illegally the way that you were doing it, which is why AMLO kicked your asses out. This has all been occurring. You guys don't even know it, that everything that you guys have here, pavement, wood, everything is not from here. Other people provided. So you've been playing unfair with other nations, which is why the lady said, and they didn't let her debate the other people, Republican or Democrat, because she talks that way. They don't want to hear it. No. You see, America, no matter how they paint it, y'all want to be on a pedestal at the expense of other people. Those are facts. Let's go.
That AMLO laid out and said, give us the supermajority so that we can pass these. And the public did, even, against, the predictions of most of the pollsters. So, the new Congress is sitting starting September 1st, and they're going to start passing these constitutional level reforms. Now, the one that is getting the most media attention internationally is the judicial reform.
Why is that one getting the most attention? Obviously, everything all the other ones matter because it does eat at the resources of these corporations. But these corporations are like, yeah, you can try to pass these reforms, but we have the judicial law behind us, so we don't give a shit, right? Like an American corporation going over there, passing laws, whatever, or avoiding shit. But see, AMLO just reformed the judicial system. Why does that matter to America, to Anglo and Canaans and Khazars? Here's why.
So, you have a real push on Morena's part to get this judicial reform going. And you see a lot of blowback from the U.S. press. You see Bloomberg, Mary Anastasio Grady saying, oh, my God, they're going to do judicial reform. We have to short the peso, right? all kinds of kind of financial coup kind of things. Let's hit the peso hard so that they can't do these reforms, and especially the judicial reform. The kind of the typical sneering from the New York Times saying that Mexico is going to shift, and I'm quoting here, from a judiciary based on an appointment system based on specialized training and qualifications to one where just about anyone can become a judge with a law degree and a few years of experience. Just this.
See, and again, what does that mean? What does that mean when people say just about anyone can become a judge, man? These Mexicans can't rule themselves. That's what it fucking means.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
That's what it means, family. Esta gente piensa que tú no puedes ser independiente con tus propios pensamientos y decidir bien, lógicamente. No, they don't believe that. They think, nah, you guys are too dumb. There's no way you can run your own people, run your own nation, select your own judges, select your own government. There's no way. You guys are a bunch of dumb-ass people. This is what they mean. This is that dog whistle. Think about it. Just anybody can be a judge. That's what it, man, family, come on, man. Y'all got to wake up. Just anybody can be a judge. It's like, okay, put yourself in the perspective of America. And if a white man said, why are you going to let these black folks decide for themselves? In that case, just anybody can be a judge. Wow. The talk. Be mindful of the talk, the way that they speak to you and say, these people cannot rule themselves because they're savages. Do you get what I'm saying? Let's go.
Sneering elitism just dripping out of the New York Times, and heaven forbid.
Sneering elitism, like, esta gente tan tonta. O sea, ellos no se pueden cuidar. O sea, like those preppy, prissy-ass raza mush. Anyways, let's continue.
Forbid, just about anyone could become, a judge in Mexico, rather than the coterie of elite judges that we have now in Mexico that cater absolutely to corporate interests and the interests of the wealthy, both national and international. And this is what the United States is worried about. They won't have the judiciary in their pocket anymore for multinationals, multinational mining companies.
Oh, damn. We finally got it. Oh, man, I love it. This is why they're making it a big deal, because they will not have the judicial system in their pocket. You know that other lady, the judge that was in the pocket? These judges were letting people go who were committing crimes. See, in Mexico, we knew at least, that if you had like a case to go to court, you'd be lucky. Like, you got to have feria in Mexico to win a court case or be acknowledged, or if there's an issue. Look, they're going to say it. See, I grew up in that area. I didn't grow up there, but I know because I have family there. My sister still lives there. So I understand like this whole concept. If you don't got money, bro, the system, the judicial system, like bends you over and does not put Vaseline. It's true. That's why they call them the mordidas. That's why cops could do these things, because if you wanted to go and say, this cop did this, what are you going to do? File documents out of court and try to sue somebody? The judges would just throw that shit out and you get arrested, and they fuck with you all the time. So nobody said any of those things. Let's go.
Companies, multinational energy companies, to get injunctions, to block legislation, to block any kind of progressive reforms that prevent them from doing whatever they want in Mexican territory, basically.
It's really incredible. I mean, it's just so anti-democratic to be attacking this and to try to frame it as something that's like so horrific. When I'm sorry, what's the system that they want supposed to look like? The U.S. system, where a bunch of right-wing crazy judges take over so they can archaically like remove people's rights so we can go back 150 years?
And this is a perfect example, because right now that's what's going on with the so-called judicial system, which these Democrats are arguing about, because right now you got pro-Republican mentality in these particular judicial seats. What Mexico is doing is saying, no, they're going to have a 12-year limit of judging. And within those 12 years, they will go through. Matter of fact, let me let them explain it so you can see. Let me let the experts explain it. I'm just a student to this game, sharing with my family what I know. Hey, hold on. I see some brothers here. I'm pretty sure this can start another Mexican revolt. Yeah, but you know what? It can't, because back then it was so isolated, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was so isolated in smaller towns. This is a big deal now. I think it'd be impossible. Happy 7th day rest, sis. I remember you. Yes, I remember. Hey, oh yeah, what's up? Yeah, that's you, man. That's you. Yeah, these plain and simple. What these what these dumb white people be saying. Yeah, bro. Shalom. Hey, what up, Joey? Hold on a second. Hold on. What's up, Joey? By the way, this is brother Joey Ray Joke, not Hawkins. It's Joke. Okay, make sure you say his last name right. I'm just messing with you. Let me see what you got. These white folks think they got some fucking smarts. Yeah, it's true. They don't. They think we're dumb. Yeah, they think we're dumb. They actually think we're very dumb. Your feet is in the third world without money. Same thing in Yaki, aka Haiti. Yeah. Yep. Basically, they want brown and black people dumb and settle down. Yeah. Well, you'd be surprised how many black people got power in this country, sis. They want you to settle down too. So that's one thing for sure. Don't think by it's just a color thing. Because we know now that white and black folks came and conquered these lands. And they're still in power. You should hear about the black nobility. Matter of fact, here, I'll show you real quick. And you know, I do this because I spread the love, you know what I mean? Like, I don't just like attack one particular nation because they look a certain way. Nah, I bring out who they are. So you see that right there? It says black nobility. That's a big freaking deal right here. So when you talk about people coming from 1492 to the Americas, those were Swati individuals, so-called Sephardic Jews. Anyways, I don't want to switch the point because I did touch on that earlier. Let's continue.
I mean, sorry, now I'm opining, but it's just so insane. All that said, can you talk a bit about AMLO's response? Because I think it's a pretty strong response. And, you know, I think for a country like Mexico, it isn't easy to respond in a defensive capacity against such a big country like the US, because Mexico has a lot to lose when it comes to this massive country that'll just try to eat it up if it doesn't abide by exactly what America wants. So what has AMLO's response been? And moreover, what has the public's response been? Because there is a lot of right-wing media that, and I don't know, you can elaborate on this, but there is a lot of right-wing media in Mexico that will push the US line on things.
Yeah, the public is overwhelmingly supportive of the judicial reform. You know, from polls up from 70, even up to 80% of the public, support this reform. And it makes sense. If you've ever had to deal with the judiciary in Mexico, from anything to a...
Here, he's going to explain it. So if you ever had to deal with anything in Mexico, ever to do with the court system, there wasn't a court system. Like we understood, Raza understood, Mexicanos, you know, we understood there was no court system. Like there was no court system. Here, when you come to America, you really see the court system is very involved in our lives. In Mexico, it's not. It's not at all. Check it out.
Minor infraction up to, a federal case, you know what's involved with regards to bribes and delays and, cases that can go on for years and years and years. And, just this obscene level of corruption where, wealthy people just go through a revolving door in Mexico. They go in and the judges free them and they're back out, right? With a system which called here the sabadazo, which is the Saturday blow. Judges very frequently let wealthy people off on Saturdays thinking that nobody will be able to do anything until Mondays. When
I'll bet you guys didn't even know that. I bet you guys didn't even know that sabadazo shit. Like I said, if you guys had money, they'd go on Saturday, judge be looking, no te preocupes, güey. No te preocupes, güey. Mira, cara. No te preocupes, cara. Nos echamos unas chelas al rato, güey. That's really what it was about, man. You guys have no idea. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
And they're out the door, right? And so you have a series of former governors and former, politicians accused of the worst things, out the door, right? And you also saw in this administration, the Supreme Court, very much like the U.S. Supreme Court, batting back progressive reforms, one after the other on minor technicalities.
Hear that? You guys hear that? That the judicial prior to now was doing what they do now, like just things that made sense for the economy or the community or for the people. What I mean, community and economy is for the people. They would strike it down. Like, no, it affects my pocket because I'm here watching the seat for the rich man. Let's continue.
You'd never seen the Mexican Supreme Court so active until AMLO and Morena took power. And all of a sudden they're batting everything back. So, for example, in something like the energy reform, which was very important, it was an attempt by Mexico to reassert public control over its energy sector and its electrical grid. The first injunction comes in 6 hours after it's passed, and then another injunction, and another injunction. And so they suspend the whole law, right? So this is the way that they're using lawfare to freeze, the entire attempt to remold the country in the courts. unlike U.S. Democrats, Morena is not sitting on their hands on this, right? The electoral reform provides for a total renovation of the Supreme Court, next year, and now the Supreme Court is going to have to be elected, right? As will all the other federal judges. There'll be term limits on the Supreme Court. There are term limits now, but the term limits will be reduced to 12 years. How nice would it be in the U.S. if Supreme Court judges were limited to 12 years, right? There will now be a disciplinary tribunal that will have the power to punish judges and suspend and even get rid of corrupt judges.
You guys hear that? You guys hear this? I mean, come on, man. What exactly is wrong with this option? You know what I'm saying? Like, if the judge is a corrupt man, they're going to have people overseeing these particular movements. It sounds to me like it's a system that works within its own self, like self-propelled within its own system, overseeing its own self because of the judicial laws that they have to implement. So if I'm an attorney, prosecutor, and I want to become a judge, I'm going to follow the law and prosecute people based on the law without corruption, without misinterpretation of the law. No, and I'm going to be fair. When I don't have a case, I'm not going to prosecute. Nor will I falsify shit. Nor will I side because I get paid money. That was going on forever in Mexico and in every single country in Central and South America. You guys are looking at the people of power. The puppeteering is right here in front of us, and I'm showing you guys who these people are and who they have been. It hasn't stopped. From the get-go, they've been here since the get-go. Let's not forget the point. Like, I'm not forgetting the point. But I remember, okay, hold on a second. Let me see if I still have it here. Oh, I took it off? Oh, I did. Let's not forget the point. Let's not forget the point. We came here and we talked about the Khazar kingdom. Okay, remember I showed y'all the Khazar kingdom. In case you guys showed up a little late, we started out with this topic. Who are the Khazars? The historical understanding of who they are. Clearly showing and saying that, hey, they know they were converts. They understood it. They haven't lied. Noam Chomsky, one of the most famous self-styled Jews, said it himself. Yeah, it's true. That's not anti-Semitic. They are Khazars, but socially, they're accepted as Jews. Now, these people are the ones that are pulling all of these things. So, you know, you have these individuals. Why do you think they have so much support for Israelis? The fake Jews? They have a lot of support for them. So let's check this out. Let's bring us back to the point, because again, the class was and it never will forget to be this right here. Stop the WASP, the white Anglo-Saxon. Hold on.
Fuck that puto.
The P. So it says here, let's remember the book. There were primitive Asiatic dialects without any alphabet or any written form. When King Balaam was converted in the 7th century, he decreed that the Hebrew characters he saw in the Talmud and other Hebrew documents was thereupon to become the alphabet of the Khazar language. Now, in case you don't know, in the Talmud, this is very famous, the Sifrat. Now, there is a spiritual breakdown on the Revelation 13 on this. 7 heads, 10 horns, 10 crowns. I broke it down the other day. I know it's also an actual physical people, but, you know, in case you have time, go to that class. The Hebrew Khazar language, it says. The Khazars adopted the characters of the so-called Hebrew language in order to provide a means for providing a written record of their speech. The adoption of the Hebrew character has no racial, political, or religious implication. The Western European uncivilized nations, which had no alphabet for their spoken language, adopted the alphabet of the Latin language under the comparable circumstances. By the way, if you guys watched the class that I did on the wicked Khazars, and I did the class on the 13th warrior, it shows who they are and how they spoke. You guys decide. With the invasion of the Western Europeans by the Romans, in the civilization and the culture of the Romans was introduced in these uncivilized areas. Here we start seeing a relationship between here. Since the conquest of the Khazars by the Russians and the disappearance of the Russian kingdom, the language of the Khazars is known as Yiddish. So now you see where these Khazars went?
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
They went into Russia, which is why the kingdom of Khazars disappeared. They became Polish. They became Russians. They became Bolsheviks. For about 6 centuries, the so-called self-styled Jews of Eastern Europe have referred to themselves, while still residents in their native Eastern European countries, as Yiddish by nationality. They identify themselves as Yiddish rather than as Russians. Here we go. As Russians, as Polish, as Galatians, Lithuanians, Romanians, Hungarians, or by the nation of which they were citizens. You know what I'm saying? They also referred to the common language as they spoke as Yiddish. They're also today in New York City. As you know, Mr. Goldstein, many Yiddish newspapers, Yiddish theaters, many other culture organizations, so-called or self-styled Jews of Eastern Europe, which identify publicly by the word Yiddish in their title. Before it became known as Yiddish language, the mother tongue of the Khazars, which are these people, don't forget, Polish, Russians, Galatians, Lithuanians, Romanians, Hungarians. Now you understand why they didn't make a big deal about 20 so-called Polish Jews dying to the Nazis? Because the Russian Bolsheviks killed them. And the majority, 90% of the Bolsheviks were Jews, self-styled Khazars who now call themselves Russian Bolsheviks. I've shared that with them. This is pointing to them. Ben Shapiro, you will never stop being a fucking Russian, bro. This is who you are. Live with it. They are also referred to the common language as they spoke as Yiddish. You see this? So through the propaganda, through the organized chaos, through the book that I shared with you. Matter of fact, I'll show you that real quick. Let's go back to this. It's an important thing because this guy is a self-styled Jew.
A pioneer of modern propaganda was this man, Edward Bernays. Bernays invented the term public relations. He wrote, "The intelligent manipulation of the masses is an invisible government which is the true ruling power in our country." He was part of a secretive group called the U.S. Committee on Public Information, set up in 1917.
1917 setup, right? I don't want to watch the video too much because I shared it already twice. Watch this, okay? Edward, hold on a second. Edward Bernays origin. Edward Bernays, Vienna, Austria. Edward Bernays was the inventor of public relations, nephew of Sigmund Freud, another self-styled Jew. You see how it's all connecting? The pioneer of American publicists, Edward Bernays. This guy right here, self-styled Jew. He was from where? Austria-Hungary. And where is that at? Let me guess. European Austria? The Kingdom of Hungary? What are we talking about here? Where's Austria at, family? Oh my God, shoot.
That's gonna hurt!
Can't run with me, man. Can't run from me, man. Can't run from me. I want to expose both of y'all. Here. The Khazars adopted words to their requirement to form the German, the Slavic, and the Baltic language. The Khazars adopted a great number of words from the German language. The Germans had a much more advanced civilization than their Khazar neighbors. And the Khazars sent their children to the German schools and universities. You see this? Germans, Germans, Germans. The Yiddish language is not a German dialect. Many people are led to believe so because Yiddish was borrowed so many words from the German language. If Yiddish is a German dialect acquired from the Germans, then what language did the Khazars speak? 1,000 years they existed in Eastern Europe before they were acquired from the culture from the Germans. The Khazars must have spoken some language when they invaded Eastern Europe. What was that language? What did they discard it? Oh, no, I'm sorry. When did they discard it? Meaning, when did they give it away? Like, they didn't want to be those people? Then they wanted to be somebody else? How did the entire Khazar population discard one language and adopt another one all of a sudden? The idea is too absurd to discuss. It's too absurd to discuss. Yiddish is the modern name for the ancient mother tongue of the Khazars. When added German, Slavic, and Baltic adopted and adapted numerous words. So Yiddish must not be confused with Hebrew because they both use the same characters as their alphabets. There is not one word in Yiddish in an ancient Hebrew, nor is there one word in ancient Hebrew in Yiddish. Oh man. So again, who are these guys? Bolsheviks, right? Again, Bolsheviks. Let's continue real quick.
Imagine if there were a disciplinary tribunal in the U.S. that could go after Clarence Thomas or Samuel Alito for their all expenses paid trips around the world by, Republican donors who have cases before the Supreme Court, right? This is what Mexico's doing. They are creating a people-powered judiciary, which actually has real teeth to go after corrupt judges and not just have to sit on their hands and have 5 judges or 6, be dictators for life, basically. So, in the
Now, why do you think I brought up the Bolsheviks? Let's not forget, and again, I'm not losing track of y'all, I hope not, but I want to remind you where this is.
Operar de dejarlos hacer su trabajo.
Remember this
Y el caso que conocemos más formalmente es el de Florence Cassés.
Boom. This guy was reminding us. Remember, he said that Garcia Luna was working with who? The Israeli Mossad in Mexico, right? Remember? Real quick.
Aparece, entonces, ese nivel tiene la mafia de Israel. ¿Por qué? Hay que recordar que cuando se fortalece la mafia de Israel, lo hace con mafiosos rusos, salvajes. Cuando grupos judíos migran a Israel, y como siempre pasa, no solo migran banqueros, profesionales, no, también migran mafiosos. Así que la mafia de Israel se empieza a nutrir con la mafia rusa o la
with the Russian mafia. You see that? In Mexico, which is why AMLO was wanting to revamp the whole judicial system because he knew that they had infiltrated and they were in control of the judges, the Khazars. I'm telling you, family, this is deep. Let's go.
In light of all that, U.S. Ambassador Ken Salazar, who actually had come out 2 months ago and had said something very logical. He said, judicial reform is Mexico's business. Which it is. It's Mexico's business and nobody else's, right? And even a few days, before his more controversial statement, he'd said, well, I support the judicial reform because in Colorado, where I was attorney general, we have retention elections for judges, right? His own state, and it works fine, and I'm in favor of it. Well, obviously somebody up above didn't like, Ken kind of going off the cuff like that. And so they put their thumb down on him. So a few days later, Salazar comes out with this very blunt statement saying the exact opposite, that the judicial reform is bad and it's going to undermine judicial independence, as if, the judiciary were independent now. And it's basically going to turn Mexico into Iraq or Afghanistan. He really said this. 2 countries the United States invaded and occupied. Those are the examples he used. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that he would use Iraq and Afghanistan as examples of states that don't have an independent judiciary. Why don't those countries have independent judiciaries, right? And then at the end of the letter, here comes the threat, right? Because the U.S. never comes out with anything that doesn't have either a direct or an implicit threat. And the threat is our commercial relationship will be endangered by this, right? This is the key, right? That's the threat, which you were talking about, Ronnie. It's very difficult for Mexico to assert its sovereignty in the face of these kinds of threats. Right. So the U.S. line is that the U.S., and this is something the Wall Street Journal said very overtly, the U.S. has every right to opine on this because Mexico's judiciary affects what happens to U.S. companies in Mexico. So basically, the free trade agreement means that they can have an opinion on anything and everything. Right. So what does AMLO say? He said very clearly, this is none of your business. Right. It's none of your business. And, a couple of days later, he said, and I think you put the video on the Breakthrough News, our relationships with the U.S. Embassy are on pause. So basically, butt out Ken, in so many words. But, that caused...
That real quick. So, this intervention, where is it at? Okay. All right. So now, I needed to show you all that in order for you to understand this right here. Okay. If you've never heard of this, this is called Operation Condor. Okay. Operation Condor was no joke, family. I'm going to show you 2 videos. Let's go.
In the shadows of the 1970s, a covert operation known as Operation Condor emerged in South America, orchestrated by authoritarian regimes to eliminate political dissidents. This chilling collaboration involved countries like Argentina, Chile, Paraguay, and Uruguay, all bound by a common goal: to suppress leftist movements and anyone deemed a threat to their power. The operation was marked by widespread human rights violations, including kidnappings, torture, and extrajudicial killings. Estimates suggest that thousands disappeared, leaving families shattered and communities in fear. Under the guise of fighting communism, these governments engaged in covert operations that crossed borders, sharing intelligence and personnel in a ruthless hunt for opposition figures. The U.S. was complicit, providing support and training through programs like Operation Phoenix, which empowered these regimes to enact brutal crackdowns.
The scars of violence that was used in the military periods, it's still visible today. People are still struggling to get their memory back, to claim their memory and to claim justice.
Let me read that to you. In 1975, 6 Latin American dictatorships disappeared over 60,000 people in a campaign of political repression called Operation Condor. There's a book I got called The Harvest of an Empire, a history of Latinos in America by Juan Gonzalez. Talks about that as well. It's a crazy story, man. The majority of those responsible for the mass killings have never been brought to justice. Now, by the way, I want you to know this, that the Israeli Mossad group was involved in all this as well. They're the ones that were providing all the technology and all the matter of fact, they provided the planes that would hide individuals in those planes, take them so they could dispose them in the sea. Yeah, true.
It's still very present, and military people still walk out on the street, sometimes saying hello to their victims. And that's the guy who just tortured you or raped you for months, and he's still able to walk out on the streets, and if he crosses you and remembers your face, he just says hi. It's a very heavy burden for those guys to have. I started by thinking, what could I do? How could I photograph an issue that has taken place more than 30 years ago? I decided to photograph survivors of Operation Condor and the dictatorships, families of people who have been forcibly disappeared, and the places where everything happened. It's a very delicate issue, and it's unrolling in our current days. 6 countries, only one has really gone forward in judging and trialing the perpetrators of this issue. And that's Argentina, and it's taking place as we speak. The slogan that the families use is Verdad, Juicio y Castigo, which means truth, trial, and punishment. It's not, we want to be friends and sit around a table and have a coffee. No, it's we want to know what happened, who's responsible, and punish them. It's that simple.
They're actually making a movie about it. Check it out. And it's regarding the true story of Operation Finale, the Nazi war, criminal elder of Hitler. No, he ends up in Argentina. Okay. Actually, this is not it. He ends up in Argentina, and he leads some individuals, and I guess he gets caught over there. But again, this is check this out. Let's continue. So I still got some more information. Should I read it? This is a Palestinian young lady that was fighting the cause, and a lot of people here in Latin America have some kind of connection with her. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find something here. Because we're almost done. We're almost done. Let's see. Is this it? No, this is not it. Okay. So now, let's check this out. Let's see what we got here. All right.
Do you support mass deep?
Nah, we touched on it. I'm not going back on that. Let's see. Well, looks and feels familiar. No, let's see. Did we touch on it already? Hold on. I'm just kind of going back to what
I wish.
Let's see.
What's your name?
Hold on a second. I find this very interesting. Check this out.
They will rape you alive. They will film you. Why don't you get kidnapped by them in Gaza and see if people come and save you? Because we should have a ceasefire and negotiate with terrorists. They're just going to say, oh, you stop bombing us, we'll stop bombing you. Here, take them back. Yeah, they'll just say, here, take them back.
Israel controls whether they have water, whether they have
No, we generously give them water. We generously give them electricity.
It's their land, my
They
dear.
have access to it.
It's their land that was taken
It's
from
not their
them.
land. Jesus was a Jew. Do you know that? He was born there.
Oh.
The Jews were there first.
Oh, there were no
Read the Torah,
Palestinians there?
read the Old Testament, read the New Testament.
Of course, and I know that there's over 400 Palestinian villages that were destroyed in 1948. What's called the
Who was here
Nakba.
first?
Indigenous
The Native-
people.
Right. So should we all be kidnapped and tortured, our babies put in an oven because we took it from the Native Americans?
No.
But yet you're living here. I think we should torture you and your family. Let's cut open your stomach, take out your fetus and throw it in an oven and then smell it while they torture you and cut off your body parts and rape.
Once again, people who claim to be Jews and are not. This is really pathetic to me. All right, we're about to be done. I am going to show you this real quick, and I want to end it with this particular aspect of it. You know me, man. I expose people. And I had this in mind. So as we know that some people from certain nations want to take advantage of things that don't belong to them. There are some nations too that have a misunderstanding of who they are according to the Bible. And I'm always good with reminding people. So let's remind them. Just like a particular type of nation that shouldn't dwell in a land that doesn't belong to them, and because they're hard-headed as hell and they don't want to accept it, they have a seditious spirit. And seditious spirits need to be exposed, just like these Khazars are being exposed. I like to expose the Canaanites too. So it says here, Jubilees chapter 10, verse 28. It says, and Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south. Now, if you read chapter 9, you'll see where the land was divided. Ham divided it to his sons. Okay? It was Cush, Mizraim, Put, and then Canaan. And Canaan was supposed to be in West Africa. Cush, east, Mizraim in Egypt, Put in like North Africa, kind of like Morocco type. And in West Africa, it's Canaanites. But apparently they didn't listen. And Canaan saw that the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good. And he went not into the land of his inheritance. To the west, that is, the sea. And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward, from the borders of Jordan, and from the border to the sea, And Ham, his father, and Cush, and Mizraim, his brother, said to you, or him, you have settled in a land which is not yours, which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so. For if you do so, you and your sons will fall in the land and be a curse through sedition. For by sedition you have settled, and by sedition will your children fall, and you shall be rooted out forever. Dwell not in the dwellings of Shem, For Shushem and his sons did it come by their lot. Curse you, and cursed shall you be beyond all the sons of Noah. What's the word sedition mean? Sedition meaning. It means a conduct or speech enticing people to rebel against the authority of a state or monarch, so to speak. Agitation, troublemaking, provocation, rebelling, revolt, insurrection, rioting, insurgents, submersion, right? Believing something that they shouldn't believe. This is from the blacks of Harlem, the black Jews of Harlem. Representation, identity, and race. It says, Rabbi Matthews is celebrating his 16th year as the head of Commandment Keepers in Harlem Jewish sect. In defense of his program, Rabbi Matthews explains that the philosophy of the Jew is to acquire wealth and command respect. Rabbi Matthews is certain that this sooner the black man is embodied with his philosophy, the sooner will come to the race forward movement. Let's see where I wanted to go. Give me a second. Let's see here, right here. We'll start here and then we'll continue. They face a basic question: whether Jews long depicted as dark or indifferent, whether distinction or a white race. This issue raised mixed feelings that Jews played out several venues, including that Yiddish press we just read where that word came from, which reports frequently to anti-black racism and urged that African Americans were in fact America's Jews. Remember what I told you about the Bolsheviks being part of a movement? We're going to understand that this movement also has a lot of backdrop to a mind control. African Americans, for their part, drew a long theological and nationalist tradition which identified black history with that of biblical Israelites. Moreover, black leaders of the early 20th century constantly pointed to Jewish immigrants as examples of communal, upward mobile capitalists whom African Americans should emulate. Thus, both African and Jewish Americans bore traditions of thought linking black and Jew, and both found in Harlem black Jews the unexpected embodiment of what would be traditionally the metaphoric lineage. However, because the metaphor black Jew, quote unquote, had served different functions in two groups. Check this out. Let's find it. In seeking to portray the black Jews, both African and Jewish Americans projected their concepts of what it meant to be black or a Jew. Juxtaposing those concepts helped to clarify how the two groups viewed and wished to view themselves and each other. Seeing those identities in context of changing rational arrangements in turn helps us understand how racial discourses both shape and reflect social power in the years between wars. Why am I reading this? Why am I reading this? Well, we know that Rabbi Matthews was worshiping demons. We know that. Okay. So why are these so-called black Jews dealing with these so-called white Jews? This black man is one of us. He is an African Jew. I met him in the synagogue. Imagine, he prays in Hebrew like the rest of us, he says. These are the same people that are propagandizing a lot of bullshit, right? Okay, so let's continue. Let's continue, because I'm almost done. We observe every Jewish holiday. In every possible way, we try to live a truly Jewish life. Black papers regularly recounted the rhymes and rituals of black Jews' observancy. In an African American journal, reported that the Moorish Zionist temple ordained a new rabbi.
That's right.
Don't forget the Moorish temple, okay? Right? The Moorish temple. Who are these people? Next fall, in subsequent years, Harlem papers noted that the Commandment Keepers congregation welcomed Rosh Hashanah with ram's horn and prayer. So, 2 sentences, Moors and Commandment Keepers. Why is this important? So here we see again. What is this relationship with the Moors and the so-called Black Jews? By 1930, at least for such groups existed in Harlem. Exact inscriptions allow only thin sketches of their histories and membership, but a few patterns do emerge. Several congregations took form in the early 1920s. Remember how the Bernay started marketing more around 1917? Okay, now you're following. 1921 was the year of the incorporation, reported for 2 groups, the Commandment Keepers and the Moorish Zionist Temple. You see this? 1921 was the year of incorporation, reported for 2 groups, the Commandment Keepers and the Moorish Zionist Temple. Another Bet Bani Abraham began in 1923. The Ever Live sect has said to have begun in 1917. Edward Benet, ring a bell? The Gospel Kingdom of a Temple around 1931. The total membership small, 1930, probably suppose 1,000. Moorish Zionists found to be struggling in 1929. Now, why am I bringing this up often? Because of this. And we're gonna listen to this video for quite some time. Because
to uplift a fallen humanity.
This is not
We've come to Sunday school.
Stop. This is not a coincidence. This is an example of the seditious nation. Whether you're offended or not, I don't give a shit. I call it for what it is. You don't move in the spirit. So I'm calling you out for what the tribe is. Let's go.
The thing I like about this neighborhood is every single house seems to have its own little bit of charm. Just being a single woman trying to compete with a lot of these couples, I lost out on about 13 houses before I came across this one. When I walked in the door, I was like, this is my house. So whatever I can do to get it, I'm gonna get it. You guys, I'm not even kidding. This is the literal SWAT team that was called.
Janetta Little was finalizing construction plans on her first home when a stranger changed the locks and told her that the house she bought was actually his.
They call themselves Moors. They basically say
Hey, they call themselves Moors. Moors.
It's gonna hurt.
Okay, hey, by the way, you Moors?
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
Bring it. Let's go.
that they have ancestral rights due to a lot of treaties and tribunal law, that they have rights to the land here.
So you buy this place, you have this amazing vision for it, and all of a sudden you get a letter?
Yes. I got 2 letters, actually. The first one I got from Jaleel Hugh L. There were like seals and fingerprints and signatures basically saying that.
Remember the video earlier, how we were saying, or they were talking about how some of these people, like their origin, like where their origin is from, right? Remember we saw that video? Let me remind you again, because I'm almost done. I know I've been like going a while, fam. I think 4 hours in, so I'm not tired, but I do have stuff to do. I got a family and shit. And then, mommy, if you're listening, thank you very much. I know you're being patient with me. We got a son that's sick. As you guys know, it's kind of up and down. Prayers are always embraced, as you guys know that. My son's name starts with the E. He's autistic and he's blind. He's got severe autism. And he's dealing with spirits, as you guys know what that means. So he does struggle. He does have difficulties. That's not a lie. He does have difficulties. So that's why I'm not going to be here that much longer. But hold on a second. Let me not forget this video, because it matters. It matters.
When I show you,
it matters. Like, seriously, right? These people are changing their names, right? These guys are changing their names.
From Jaleel Hugh L. There were like seals and fingerprints.
Julio Hugh L. Supposedly, they're the originals of this land. How ironic does that sound?
What I'm about to show you, your mind will be blown. You're going to be blindsided. Every single Israeli prime minister has a fake name. Did you know that? I was just talking about Ben Gurion. Do you know what his original name is? It's Grun. Gruen. He changed it to make it sound more Jewish and sound more Middle Eastern. Do you know what Netanyahu's real name is? It's not Netanyahu, it's Milkovsky. I swear to God, go and look it up. You'll find
a Bolshevik, Russian, or Polish self-styled Jew.
You'll find Milkovsky. That's his real name. These are, remember what Israelis are. Israelis are European Jews. They don't come from Palestine, but they want you to make you believe. They want to make believe and make you believe that they come from this area, that they are indigenous to the land, that they're so Jewish, right? Even though they have no connection. So they changed their names. Here's another one. Moshe Sharat, his name is Chertok originally. You've got Levi Eshkol. Eshkol was Shklonik. So he changed it from Shklonik to Eshkol. Then you have Yigal Alon, his original name, Peikovitz. Golda Meir, Israel's first female prime minister. Her real name is not Golda Meir, it's Mabovich. Mabovich. More like mad bitch. We have Yitzhak Rabin, right? His name is not Rabin, it's Rubitsov. Are you seeing the pattern? These are Eastern European names. Not Palestinian, not Jewish, not Middle Eastern. They're Eastern European, okay? They're not Palestinian. They don't come from this region. Yitzhak Shamir. He's a great one. You know, Yitzhak Shamir, he's on the wanted poster because he was wanted by the British police in Palestine for terrorism. But they don't tell you that. So Yitzhak Shamir, his original name is Yezernitzi. Shimon Peres, Persky. Netanyahu, I already told you, Malikovsky. I think I said Milkovsky, excuse me. It's Malikovsky. Never, you know, it's the same point. Ehud Barak is Brog. So B-R-O-G. Brog. He changed it to Barak. Ariel Sharon. His original name is Shinerman. Shinerman. He changed it to Sharon. And Yair Lapid, who's you still see him changing posts. His original name is Lampel. So he changed it from Lampel to Lapid. Ain't it lovely? Ain't it lovely? You know, it's like, I know half of you didn't know this. I guarantee half of you at least didn't know this stuff. I guarantee you. Because no matter how much you know about the Zionists, you will always discover new things about them, about how they obfuscate, how they lie, how they cheat their way into taking the land, right? By hook or by crook. They're going to do anything they can. And they think that this is a way to, you know, pull the wool over our eyes and make us think that, you know, they belong to the region or something. Like we can't look at their faces and see, well, you look particularly different to the people that are indigenous to the land. Do you not? I mean, again, it's you can have all sorts of people in the Levant. You know, you can have gingers and a pale white. It's not about that. But
hey, that's good, bro. Bullshit bites, votes and bullshit bite. I like it. Check it.
We know that every single Israeli government has always been headed by, and the cabinet has been filled by people who are Ashkenazi. They're not Semites. They don't come from the region. They're Eastern Europeans. They're Jews from Europe. They just don't come from this region. I don't know when they converted or whatever, but the point is that they don't come from the region. And even if they did, like let's say you're a Zionist. Let's say you actually believe, yes, this is the land of the Jews. These people are not Jewish. They are not Jewish in the sense that you think they are. They have adopted a religion from the Middle East. That doesn't mean they are the original Hebrews or people that lived there 3,000 years ago. Ironically, if you're looking for the people that lived there 3,000 years ago, guess what? They're still there. They're called Palestinians. Maybe today some of them are Christian. Maybe some of them are Muslim. But they are the original people of this land. And you're killing them and butchering them. So what does that make you? Right? Not to mention the fact, this is why we call Arabs and Palestinians Semites, because they're Semites. They come from this region. So, you know, these people are not Semites. The Israelis are not Semites, and they are butchering actual Semites and then calling the real Semites anti-Semitic. I mean, what is that? They're such frauds. They even change the names to make themselves appear more Semitic. That's how fraudulent they are. That's how criminal they are. Shame on them. Malikovsky, what a wanker.
You said Malikovsky, what a wanker. Why am I showing that? Because it's happening right here, man. That's why. Let's go.
And signatures basically saying that my home was on someone else's ancestral lands. Well, I ignored it the first time, and they sent me another letter saying because I didn't respond, now we own this house. The third time was basically when all shit hit the fan. So they sawed off the locks, put their own locks on. He's now occupying the home.
How did they get him out of the house?
Oh, they busted the door down and they basically dragged him out. And it was really scary. Like, I applied for a gun license. I got pepper spray, knives.
Wow.
It was really traumatizing.
Police officers still reeling from a deadly attack. 3 officers were shot and killed.
The manhunt is on for this man, a career criminal considered very armed and very dangerous.
In recent years, isolated and random incidents of violence, fraud, burglary, and squatting committed by Moorish extremists have put Moors on the radar of law enforcement nationwide.
A Newark home taken over by an alleged extremist group that not only changed the locks, but actually claimed ownership over the property.
The man who occupied Shanetta's home was never charged and still maintains the land belongs to him. We did our best to speak with him, but he demanded to be paid. So that interview didn't happen. But we did find a video he posted about the incident online.
This is actually...
Wait, hold on a second. Did he say he didn't get an interview because he demanded to get paid? But it didn't happen. Oh, shit, this is funny. Oh, dog, this is so much puto, man. Let's go, bro. This is funny.
Charged and still maintains the land belongs to him. We did our best to speak with him, but he demanded to be paid. So that interview didn't happen. But we did find a video he posted about the incident online.
This is actually a claim on not the house itself. It's actually the land. It just so happened that the house is on top of it. If she did not come up so belligerent and so angry and so aggressive, we would have sat her down and explained to her what's going on.
So what is going on? Historically, Moors are renowned as an incredibly powerful and influential group of North Africans. They once controlled an empire that included modern-day West Sahara, Algeria, Tunisia, and Spain. But many Moors believe that the Moroccan Empire expanded all the way to the Americas, making all black people ultimately indigenous to an America.
Making all black people indigenous to the Americas. We just saw the video of the other brother or the other guy that said what these Khazars have been doing. Going to other lands, claiming that they've been changing their name and then claiming that they're the original people. Sounds familiar?
That predates the United States altogether.
Wait,
for most of the 1 million more.
Remember what I mentioned? Remember what we read earlier? Did we forget? Did we forget? Let's not forget. Hold on real quick. Sorry. I don't want to cut you guys off on the thought, but let's not forget. What relationship are we talking about? More Zionists. Aren't they thinking the same way? Zionism, like, hey, I'm the chosen. It's my shit. F you guys, I'm a shoot chop. What is it? What does Moorish have to do with commandment keepers, so-called? Sedition. It's, look, and by the way, I want to say this in case y'all don't know, that I'm not saying every single person that looks like them is them. No, I'm telling y'all, there's different tribes. Different tribes. Hey, wait, hold on a second. That Latino looks exactly like Gina. So-called trafficking. That guy is sending me some info. It's all good, sis. I think he is here. But anyways, so I'm not saying that all people that look like this are all the same. Nah, there's different tribes, man. Y'all don't understand, but this particular tribe, I think it's very Canaanite-ish. The so-called wannabe Jews, the so-called wannabe Moors, and they're excluding and saying that the original people are not even the original people, even though we have proper documentation. Let's continue.
Moors across America today, that's just their origin story. Many attend one of the official Moorish science temples and peacefully study their own Quran. But for others, it's more than just a religion. Their indigenous identity means land rights, citizenship, and living under U.S. laws are all called into question.
Why is that not the first thing you want to do? Realign yourself with your ancestry. Realign yourself with the great God Allah. Realign yourself with your birthright and your culture.
So I want you to write this down so that for anyone who thinks they can challenge.
You see this right here? So like Cy Netter with his group of pedophiles and shit, right? He's pro-Africa, but then he's over here promoting heritage of the Moors in America. So it's pretty stupid though. Cause like, I've been debunking this shit left and right. And you guys can bring Colombianos here all day. Cause I know y'all don't speak Spanish. So if you want him on the corner, cause hey, he speaks Spanish. Where's Colombianos? Bring his ass over here too. Let's continue. Seditious name.
This information is available, and all scholars know this stuff.
Look up and be more enlightened to what's out there.
There are many independent, nonviolent Moorish organizations across the U.S. who believe they were colonized and that state laws shouldn't apply to them. One of them is the rise of the Moors.
Disruptive and combative. They're all members of the Rise of the Moors, an anti-government sovereign citizen movement.
This is a group that does not believe it needs to follow the law.
Jaleesa and her husband are founding members of this Rhode Island-based group who believe that the state doesn't have jurisdiction over them. You all have been called sovereign. You all have been called anti-government. Do any of those terms ring true?
No. I think people like a good villain, and I think that it's really a lack of understanding of what we're doing.
What are the charges? What am I being arrested for?
Last summer, 11 members, including Jaleesa's husband Jamal, were arrested while en route to a militia training and camping trip. None of them could produce government driver's licenses or gun permits for their weapons. Help me understand you all's relationship with the United States of America.
We, Moors, don't have anything to do with the United States government because we don't belong. We belong to the Moroccan Empire. We want to have our own separate nation, our own separate government, hospitals, towns, schools, daycares, our own police. You know, we're getting our rights violated left and right on the streets constantly. Black History Month, what do they show on TV or in school? It's always so-called black people getting the hose, getting mauled by dogs. It's nothing uplifting at all. It's never, look at what you were, look at what you can be. It's always like, this is what you are, and this is what you're always gonna continue to be. It's a form of propaganda and brainwashing.
According to Jaleesa, the perfect storm of civil unrest, police violence, and systemic racism are attracting new members, people who are sick and tired of the status quo and frustrated at the treatment of people who look like them. What is it exactly that you all want?
Freedom, to not be oppressed, to not have life so hard to live, to just come together and establish our actual own government and our own everything.
Until then, Moors and non-Moors live side by side, sharing taxpayer-funded public resources. But in an effort to increase economic mobility and establish precedent for autonomy, Moors nationals are leveraging lawsuits to further their agenda. These goals are enough to classify them as anti-government by the likes of the Anti-Defamation League and law enforcement.
Word that was used was called sedition, right? Sedition. 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 If you call yourself a Canaanite, I'm not going to stop you from calling yourself one, but don't say you are original of here. Now, if you want to say you're Moroccan from over there, I get it, yeah. As I said before, in 1492, that's why Psalms 83 is very clear. It was Swarthy, white, brown, light skin, all of that shit. Arabs, North Africans, West Africans, and Europeans, and Sephardic Jews. That's why Psalms 83 is very, very important. And that's why camps do not want to talk about certain people there. But I do.
This stuff represents a couple of years of just collecting and gathering. You can be knee-deep in paperwork quickly.
Called paper terrorism by those on the receiving end, Moors nationals overwhelm court systems with retaliatory lawsuits, liens, and filings, all creating a paperwork.
This is the reason why I say this, because listen, family, you see the way I look, and I know that people that look like me are not my people. Like, I know this, and that shit that we grew up in those areas in Central Mexico and South. We understand that not all kinfolk is skinfolk, not all skinfolk is kinfolk. That's why I need you to comprehend. Just because they look like you don't mean they're your people. You need to see the actions and the spirit of a group of people. Now, you know what? I don't think like that, bro. Like, what the fuck's wrong with them? Exactly. If you believe in the Bible, then you should understand that we are different tribes from these branches of nations. The Shemitic, Japhetic, and Hamitic topic is at hand once again. Let's go.
Hellscape for government officials, most of whom have no idea what they're reading. Lieutenant Flowers, yeah? Alzo.
Good to see you. Nice to meet you.
Thanks for having me. Corey Flowers has been a cop for more than 22 years and has spent time infiltrating extremist groups and training government employees on how to handle them.
All right, good morning, ladies and gents. Good morning. Moorish sovereigns are very heavy into all manner of fraud. A lot of times very complex fraud, like mortgage schemes, postage stamp fraud, credit card fraud, wire fraud, a lot of bank fraud. Paper terrorism, you guys heard of this? You can use physical legal documentation, whether it's putting a lien against somebody else's property, filing a lawsuit against somebody else, in order to intimidate them, particularly in their professional capacity, which definitely creates stress, right? The idea that some folks you guys deal with could impact your livelihood, that's an intimidating thing.
Flowers himself has been on the receiving end of this tactic, which most often targets law enforcement and court personnel. I'm wondering if you can walk me through what this is.
Yes, this is a lawsuit against 2 former police chiefs, a couple mayors, me, and this fella's opinion. These are all the people that he believes wronged him legally. So this is a lawsuit for $4 billion. Or
$4 billion?
With a B, yeah.
Have you seen an increase in the number of people claiming to be sovereign?
Yeah, there's definitely been an increase. Anytime you have an election where power changes, and especially if party changes, you have effectively half of the country that gets into a panic to varying degrees. Panic like that will often drive folks to these movements.
What threat do these folks pose?
When you have a subgroup that just believes the rules don't apply to them at all, like that creates chaos.
There are now almost 3 million messages to the government to recognize Moors as a federally autonomous body of indigenous Americans. But that's not what most Moors want. And distinguishing themselves from that ideology has been a priority for the original Moorish Science Temple of America. There are Moors across the country. We know of groups in Rhode Island and New Jersey, but neither of those groups are part of the Moorish Science Temple of America, which are like the OG Moorish Americans. We came here to their headquarters to speak to the Supreme Grand Sheik to see if he thinks these splinter groups are legit and if their practices are in line with their Moorish teachings. The Moorish Science Temple of America was founded in 1913 by Noble Drew Ali, who taught that all black people were stripped of their national identity and Islamic faith through racist oppression. At its peak in the 1920s, it boasted upwards to 35,000 members who aspired to uplift a fallen humanity. We've come to Sunday school to learn from the 8th generation successor of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, the Supreme Grand Sheik.
And hold on, I'm not done, by the way, but I want to say something to this effect here. Remember, this says Moorish, and they call themselves Moabites? Okay, sounds good. I got something beautiful. I'm going to end it with two things. I'm going to end it with this book, and then I'm going to remind you guys once again why I'm able to speak this way. So if anybody wants to say I'm a racist, whatever, no. I'm not anti-Semitic because I'm going to show you who I am. Bring the Bible, bring DNA, bring whatever you want. I'll hit you anyway. Anyways, let's continue.
Welcome to today's Sunday School. I'm going to ask some questions first. Is a man white? Is a man black? Man is not a color, period. Nationality was, is, and will always be what? The order of the day.
What are the principles that the Moorish Science Temple of America stand for?
So there's love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. However, we do have fundamental principles, and one of them is obedience to law. We're not encouraging members or anyone else to be involved in anything unlawful and disgraceful.
When the public sees Moors, it seems like they just lump you all into one group.
That's true.
But there are groups of Moors that don't comport themselves in the way that you all do. How do you reconcile that?
They're robbers and schemers. Moorish Americans don't do those kind of things, and it's written in our laws. We don't take people's property, and we're not anti-American. This is not an Afrocentric organization. And for those who try to make it that way, they will pay the price.
As the Moorish Science Temple of America, do you feel any sense of obligation to check those fringe groups?
Oh yeah, we check them all the time. All the time.
What does that look like?
It looks like you're being caught with your hand in a cookie jar. And we see you with your hand in a cookie jar. And you still lie that that's not your hand. But they don't have to be told that they're wrong as much as the law is telling them that they're wrong. Because whether you have affairs on or not, if you're breaking the law, you're breaking the law. And you're going to get yours.
All right, please.
Your the next matter before the court is Conwell versus Jamal Latimer, docket 21-26-1.
Bring him in.
Jamal has been incarcerated since last summer's roadside incident. If convicted on all 11 indictments, mostly weapons charges, he could be locked up for decades. Jaleesa continues to attend each of Jamal's hearings. We were able to speak to him through a recorded line after his most recent pretrial hearing, where he remained steadfast in his mission.
This is a collect call from an incarcerated individual at the Middlesex County Billerica House of Corrections.
Hello? Hey, Jamal, how you doing?
I'm all right, how are you?
I'm good. What is the ultimate goal of the rise of the Moors?
What's next is to continue to try to do my best to educate my people as to what's going on and possible remedies for a lot of these problems. We're essentially victims of genocide, and it's throughout the legal system of the United States, which makes it a crime against humanity. It affects every aspect of our lives. It affects our education, it affects our ability to do business, it affects our quality of life. I can't think of anything more important than trying to change that.
Here's the sad part, though, man, because these Bolsheviks got control of y'all. They got control of you guys, man. And you don't even know it. That's why you do your homework and your research. This is all planned. This is all planned, man. If I was your people, I'd be so fucking sad right now because you guys are falling into this shit. We're almost done.
That the Negro may be reached with education and propaganda, and that he may be organized for activity, the following methods are recommended. 1. Nuclei shall be established in all existing Negro organizations. Colored organizers and speakers shall be sent among Negroes in order to inform them and win their confidence. Newspapers and publications shall be established. Friendship of liberal-minded Negro ministers shall be sought, as these men are at the present time the leaders of the Negro masses. Conferences on the economic conditions among Negroes shall be held from time to time with these ministers, educators, and other liberal elements, and through their influence, the party shall aim to secure a more favorable hearing before the Negro masses. By means of its membership, the party shall penetrate existing forms, literary societies, lyceums, schools, colleges, teachers' institutes, etc., of the colored people, and establish forms of its own for the enlightenment of the Negro population. Who do you think wanted to do this? All the way back in 1922. Soviet communists. People that look like this, actually. That picture was taken from the convention in 1922, where the document I just read was confiscated from. Back in 1922, Soviet communists had an idea to infiltrate the black community and control every aspect of our lives.
Khazars.
But the question is, did it work? Because if so, we should be able to find an organization that infiltrated us as our friends and then took over our entire worldview.
If you study the structure of the Negro community, economically, politically, civically, psychologically, and otherwise, it's controlled by the white liberal, who usually poses as a friend of the Negro.
That was the self-styled Jew. Let's go.
All right, but did they also infiltrate our organizations claiming to be our friends?
These northern foxes pose as white liberals. They pose as your friends. They infiltrate all your organizations, and in this manner, by joining you, they strangle your militant efforts toward freedom, toward justice, and toward equality.
For example, you have one of the liberals. He's I think, Democrat or something. What's his name? He ran for president like last time. Self-styled Jew. He walked with them in the so-called civil rights. Let's go.
Did they also befriend our Negro ministers that were the leaders of our community at the time, trying to get to us?
You could point to a large number of Negro leaders who have consistently betrayed Negroes in a whole host of areas.
They aren't really Negro leaders. These are puppets that have been put in front of the Negro community by white liberals. These are parrots that have been put in front of the Negro community by white liberals. You can't name me a Negro leader who has been who has betrayed Negroes, who has not been endorsed, sanctioned, subsidized, and supported by the white liberals.
Did they ever organize us for activity that didn't benefit us but only benefit them?
The white liberal is the one who has perfected the art of posing as the Negro's friend and benefactor.
What did I just read to earlier before? The white and black Jews, and how supposedly the black and white Jews understood each other's struggles and why they embrace each other and shit. Now you understand what I'm talking about. So when I say Revelation 2:9 and 3:9, and I say black folks and white folks were working together, y'all want to take it as generalization and shit. I'm just saying that these people that are organizing with them, they particular tribe moves a particular way, their spirit's going to make them move that way. Because if you don't have a wicked spirit, you're not going to move that way. Even if somebody presents it to you, you're like, nah, bro, I don't want to do that. That ain't right. That just don't feel right. It's like me, if it was okay for me to sin, it'd feel good to sin. Nah, I don't. And matter of fact, I thank you, Father, because I haven't been really sinning, man, lately, man. I ain't lying, man. I'm so thankful. Still sober, man. That's the most beautiful thing. Let's continue.
And by winning the friendship and support of the Negro, the white liberal is able to use the Negro as a pawn or a weapon in this political football game.
Okay, that could be a coincidence. So it seems to me that this group that Malcolm X is identifying, calling white liberals, is actually carrying out the agenda that was formulated in 1922 by the Soviet communists. When did they begin their infiltration and how did they befriend us? The CP, the Communist Party, was one of the first left groups, left-wing leftist groups, to take up the issue of racism and oppression. During the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, the Communist Party made great strides in the area of union desegregation, public education about racial injustice, and legal support for civil rights activities. That's how they became our friend. They told us that they would help us fight against racism. What Malcolm X says is they infiltrated all of our organizations in every aspect of our life, and in doing so, they actually stop us from becoming liberated.
They infiltrate all your organizations, and in this manner, by joining you, they strangle your militant efforts toward freedom, toward justice, and toward equality.
What were they trying to do in Mexico? They were not allowing these particular things to happen. They were very infiltrated in the judicial system. I'm telling you, family, there's people pulling the strings.
That's why Malcolm X said that they were the worst enemy to America as well as the black man. Because communists hate America and they're using us to destroy their enemy.
I stumbled upon this book by a guy named Manning Johnson called Color, Communism, and Common Sense. Manning Johnson was a black communist in the 50s, and he wrote a book basically detailing a strategy that began to be implemented in the 30s, I believe it was, where Stalin had the idea of using racial tension and creating racial tension and conflict to bring down capitalism in America, to try to overthrow the government. And they were using black people as the spearhead for that movement, basically using us as expendables. As Manning Johnson realized that the party was only using blacks to create racial tension in America in the 30s, a man named Revels Caton came to the exact same conclusion. Revels Caton, one of the best known advocates against racism, he was also a communist, a black communist, left the party after realizing it was only interested in talking about race when that issue applied to party strategy. It also says in this article that although the Communist Party did significantly contribute to the improvement of the lives of people of color, its legacy should not be uncritically assessed. Its narrow focus on issues that related directly to Marxian theory and party platform caused it to ignore issues it should have addressed.
As I said before and how I started the class, organized chaos. They're doing it, have been, continue to, and unless you wake the hell up, you're going to fall into the masses. Let's go.
While claiming to support principles on which it actually had not taken a stand. So you see there, once again, they were making strides for blacks, but that was the front of the organization. The underlying agenda was to cripple capitalism, to bring in a Marxian ideology, and then basically usher in socialism and capitalism into America, overthrowing the government. The exact same strategies that were used then in the 30s are the same strategies that were being used in the 50s with Manning Johnson, the same strategies being used today with Black Lives Matter.
Yes, Eric Mann, that's my mentor.
Eric Mann was her mentor. Patrice Cullors say that she was trained. Who trained her?
The labor community strategy.
Ideology, and then basically usher in socialism and capitalism into America, overthrowing the government. The exact same strategies that were used then in the 30s are the same strategies that were being used in the 50s with Manning Johnson, the same strategies being used today with Black Lives Matter. Behind each of these movements in the 30s and the 50s were white communists.
Remember Patrice Cullors, she says that she was a organizer.
I'm a trained organizer.
Where did Patrice Cullors say that she was trained? Who trained her?
The Labor Community Strategy Center is my first political home.
Started by an old friend of mine.
Yes, Eric Mann, that's my mentor.
Eric Mann was her mentor. Who is Eric Mann?
Damn.
Eric Mann is a communist from the 60s. So, we saw that the agenda, as stated, was that the white communists will send a colored organizer and a speaker to us to win our confidence. Eric Mann, white communist. Patrice Cullors, colored organizers. How did they get us on their side? They said that they were helping us fight against racism and oppression. This has been happening to us since the 20s, and we still haven't wisened up yet.
I'm going to reread the quote from the father of Black history. The impatient, highly educated Negroes therefore say that since under the present system of capitalism, the Negro has no chance to toil upward in its economic sphere, the only hope for bettering his condition in this respect is through socialism, the overthrow of the present economic regime. This thought is gaining ground among Negroes in this country and is rapidly sweeping them into the ranks of what are commonly known as communists. If the highly educated Negro would forget most of his untried theories taught him in school, if he could see through the propaganda which has been instilled in his mind under the pretext of education. So what the father of Black history...
See that, family? Propaganda, propaganda, propaganda. What I had initially started with. Propaganda. 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 So, be mindful. Now I'm going to end it with this, and I know you guys are like, I'm tired of you saying that. I don't give a shit. Anyways, so who am I? According to the Bible, I'm an Israelite, according to the Bible. And what do the white folks say that I am? I'm an Israelite, according to DNA.
Genetic studies of emmer wheat suggest that it was first domesticated on the slopes of Mount Karacha near Keonu. Jada El Mogara is also a pre-pottery Neolithic settlement around 9000 BC. The people who lived here mainly hunted gazelles but also killed aurochs and equids. R1B1P25 may have raised cattle with people of paternal line J2 somewhere between these two regions. Perhaps this is where the R1B lineage settled before the expansion, the original homeland of the R1B.
The original homeland of the R1B, I couldn't show you guys this yesterday, so I'm going to show you this now. And again, man, I'm only showing you because, you know, I understand now. We may not be the same people. It's all good. Here, my DNA says that we'll go to advanced analysis. Okay, we'll go to advanced analysis here real quick. It says that I am technically at mixture 92%, majority Peruvian, okay? And then Mexican, of course, European, Asian, Eastern, and all that stuff. I'm particularly from the Quechua or Aymara tribe. That's what it says, supposedly. Okay, sounds good. All right, so now let's go. They only showed my maternal. Now they have my paternal. All right, so let's find out who my father is. Okay, so let's find out who my father is. Hold on a second here real quick. Oh, let me move this, man. What am I doing? I don't want that window. Stop opening, man. Why is that window open like that? See, no, I didn't do that. What the hell? Hold on a second, family. Why is it moving like that on me? All right, I don't want to take long on this shit. If it's going to give me a hard time, I'm just going to move on. Okay. All right, so what does it say? It says that the origin of R1B is what? The region, right? Or from Israel all the way to Ur the Chaldees. We're talking about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Padam Aram, okay? So no, I'm not no European. It's me, my father, and my father's father, okay? So here we go. Let me get out the way. Boom. Here, let's play around. So since you say I'm white, and I have no rights to this book, that I'm fake, that I'm a Mongol, right? See what it says. So it says that that's my origin. R1B. That's where my forefathers from. Okay. Me, my father, my grandfather, my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather says that that's where we're from. A skip and a hop next to Israel. And where are these guys from? Originally from there. So if anybody has any kind of say-so, I think, you know, I've proven it myself. And I don't complain, and I never, you know, boast about this shit. I still am fighting for salvation. And I thank God that I've been sober since July 22nd. I have not had a drink, not one drink. And I'm so thankful because, as you guys know, I almost did potentially have a really bad situation. Probably wouldn't even be here. And I'm thankful that I have a wonderful wife who supported me, and my children who are like, well, stop. And my children understand, and they're there, and they believe. And I have a daughter who's 21. She believes. She ain't no, you know, doing all that funky stuff. None of that. None of that. She's waiting, making sure that she finds the right man based on the conditions that we were given by. And I don't even have to fight that much, man. It's like as if the Most High, like he said it in the scriptures, because Abraham, matter of fact, let's find that. Let's finish it with this. I think Abraham, I think it's, hold on a second. Let me see if I can remember. Give me a second, family, my bad. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me see. Oh, here it goes right here. This because of this. Genesis 18:19. I'm talking about Abraham, right? So it says here right here. For I know him that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of Yahweh to do justice and judgment, that Yahweh may bring upon Abraham that which he had spoken of him. So I'm thankful. If you're listening, thank you. Because that's more beautiful than anything else, man. To have a household that believes, a wife and children. In this era, in this time, my children are not whoring out. They're actually doing their best to honor the Most High the way that he wants to be honored, man. That shit is beautiful. Can't complain, can't compare. I don't know what else to tell y'all. Y'all have a good night, man. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Hey, Jacques, Joey Jacques. What's up, brother? Yeah, I know. I know. It's a beautiful thing when you have children that believe, because especially nowadays with that whole everything that's bad as it is, bro, I'm just thankful, you know, and I pray that my kids still continue and still believe. When I showed my son this right here, And he said it this time. He's like, it feels different this time, Dad. I know you've been saying it before, but man, this feels different this time. So I'm thankful. Thank you. You guys enjoy your 7th-day rest, but you have to stay that keep Sabbath on these days. You guys know I keep the lunar as best as I can. But have a good night, okay? Thank you. Hope it was edifying.
Viven huyendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, that's so real. Love is man, I never fear, never, no, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa. Y nuestra prosa siempre para allá favor, no. Tú podrás por mira traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo, sangre, si vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rastafarian familia, 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 Magna White son familia, ya no maniga.
خواتي شو من حالي وشو من حالي هني بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي هو اللي جاي يديني اليوم وباغي سالي ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري خواتي شو من حالي وشو من حالي هني بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي هو اللي جاي يديني اليوم وباغي سالي ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري un sueño donde no había amor, se perdía el color de una flor, se marchaba lentamente, con el sol en el horizonte, pude hacer algo para calmar mi dolor, y es por eso que le pongo flow, vibrando alto siempre, burroco bimba, y es que todo por la familia, burroco bimba, y es por eso vengo a bendecir, burroco bimba, y es que todo por la familia, burroco bimba, y es por eso vengo a bendecir.
Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rastafarian familia, 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 Magna White son familia, ya no maniga.
Magna super escalón, subiendo a nueva escalón. Metallic in the salon, esquivo like sin estalón. Esos pies van del palo, pero bitch no rascan balón. Aunque me enrollo nada, cáñamo, nunca me paro. Aunque van tras de mí, no se pueden medir. Buscan el elixir, está metalizado. Y es que yo soy así, no van a descubrir sexy flow y skill con este descaro. Si familia necesita de ti, fíjalo. Por connection Antarctic Field, dígalo. A mí nadie haría du Paris, día yo. Los magnetes han llegado, están aquí, víalo. Para soportar el dolor como no imaginas, es la vida en ámbar. Aunque creas que no puedes tú solo con la movida, yo llevaré tus bambas. Familia, familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia, it's original, man. Familia, familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia, yo soy un rocket, ellos abrilia. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea, melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el pito para que no se caiga. Son los Magna de Boss Final. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea, melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el pito para que no se caiga. Son los Magna de Boss Final. Disparo a millas sin mirar y sin mirar sin asimilar que es la puta herida de tu vida hurgo. Los manas te la chatarrilla hacen pa' pillar piltrafillas. Tres donos nos pilla y se va con la furgo. Te hará falta una pedicura y una cura si se apura. Quizás llega la locura de mi turbo. Dale vueltas a la partícula, deja ya la mandíbula quieta que sola llega a Luxemburgo. Niño, prepara la compota que la pera pata. Pero vinimos a mejorarla. Pa' hablar por mi familia y tengo autoridad. Saben que no puedo pagarla. Y poner ritmo y los manos de todas cuatro patas. ¿Quieres esa vaina va a probarla? Estoy aquí en el party donde se gata. Guata, que el guatan alma. Vivimos huyendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, that's so real. Love is man, I never fear, never, no, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa. Y nuestra prosa siempre para allá favor, no. Tú podrás por miedo traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo, sangre, si vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia,
alive. Fire them. A girl stop shot up on the microphone ballad. And the smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bumbo clap. Bang bang in the street, fire burn it, fill it with. Rasta man, I want Illuminati play the kill. Stop shot up on the microphone ballad. And the smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bumbo clap. Bang bang in the street, fire burn it, fill it with. Key Cray is a king, Magnus thing. Nobody, no kill them. In a crazy style. Chale, no fire them. It's a Rasta ganja. Nobody, no kill them. It's a crispy style. Tally, no fire cream. It's a Rasta ganja. Familiar, Rasta chai is familiar. Key Cray is familiar. Familia, pure nego is familia. Sico, Key Magneto, familia. Familia, es el que está en la mínima. Familia, compactar en las cristaleras. Familia, Rasta y Zion, familia. Magna boy que te aplastaba, nego.
Miras a otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas. Yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece burlar de mí. Dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí. Con los dedos no voy palpando, cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti.
Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que vean. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta o dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos vuelan. Aunque parezca que va bien, no sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente, Calamala dijo que estaría presente. Fallaron como nunca, se fueron pa' siempre. Millones razones pa' vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente.
Como no quieren ver ahogados, tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera. Más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena mi tu. A mí la tengo soldado fumando de su palulu. Ni un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Pa' tener pila valorio se matan vestidos de emporio. Y yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando. Vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí, nunca se despidió de mí. Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que no, porque todo es perfecto y lo debo plasmar. Me fumo un nos va a quemar. Oh. Arde por dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario y sobrado de gas. Escupo ristas perfectas, paladas de versos eternos, no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requiems a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dice vienes más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
Declaraciones.
Un poco sobreiluminado, sea bueno.
Sí, porque no pueden jugar. El cielo es
Luego
nuestro.
levantó.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.